Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the videos, Connie. And also, yes, we're ready. Mike is ready. God damn it. So, we'll be getting into this now. Alright. So, where were we last time? Let's do a little recap, if we shall. Oh. Alright. Before we do anything, let us get some things out of the way. Here's a catch-up of what you missed on Of the Devil, Episode 1. Last time on Of the Devil, lead programmer at Nova Electronics, David Asher, suspiciously passed away in his house on, what was it? I forget. Yada yada. He's dead. He died. And now we, as a friend, we are going to be defending him in death. I always do that when I wake up. Hell yeah. Alright. So yeah, we're a serial killer and a defense attorney. And we are defending this guy who's dead. Because suicide is a crime in this world. We're defending him from this woman. Because we basically forced a preliminary hearing onto her. Alright. That's really all we need to know. Alright. That's our evidence real quick. Get ourselves up to date. I will say that I have turned off, for the sake of this specific game, or this specific playthrough, I've turned off the timer so that we can actually take our time and read everything when we get to the point where we have to, like, provide evidence. Yeah, I know, right? Can't even die in peace without it being a crime. My fucking god. Alright, so binder containing full text of David Asher's employment contracts with Nova Electronics. Details, compensation grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of contract, and how arbitrations will be handled. Not a light read. We got a red solo cup, and believe me, yes, it is red. No, you don't understand. You don't understand, Pearly. My phone does not have a charm of my opponent. It has the charm of my girlfriend's. Because it's funny. Also, why the heck does this keep happening with the phone? Alright. There we go. And then, let's see here. Got Sarah's papers. A written document declaring that I will be given absolute ownership of the Android Sarah effective immediately. Tax-free transaction. Emma is very cute. Oh Lord! Oh my god! A donation from Gunny! Thank you very much, Gunny. Hi, Alice. How is everybody doing tonight, by the way? Because I just kind of started up abruptly. Witness testimony. So, all this shit, yeah. 7:36. All this stuff. David Asher lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m. EMS were called from the emergency console in the kitchen at 8:04 p.m. What are you doing that minute? What are you doing that minute, Miss Helen Young? I was kidding. Probably nothing. Alright. I mean, y'all know I already played this game. Give me just a moment to wet my throat. I'm good. I'm glad to hear that you're doing better, by the way, Pearly. Oh, hold on. Okay, get posture check going on. Getting up for this, though. We're already running late. We're gonna be here a lot tonight, unless I stop early. Alright. Okay, I mean, I just did stretch, but okay. Alright. Things are quieter than expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers. All-encompassing and impenetrably vague. I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better. Oh crap! Sorry. I'm sorry to hear that you're freezing up. By the way, Connie. Hopefully you warm up later on. Christ. Oh lord. Okay, so. Oh shit. Well, fuck. That was a mistake on my end. Give me a moment. We're gonna have to... Hold on. Gotta load this again. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers. All-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues. Yeah, by the way, if you press Control, you'll just start skipping through text. I wasn't trying to do that. With a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead, or that he would have thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't exactly stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was irrational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions for the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and a gavel when we get in there? Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. Adjutants are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state. While most adjutants are designed and sold as software and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records, if need be, ruling on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Good. You're good. Reviews of adjutants by third parties have shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentencing than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants use a ninefold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system among software engineers. I love the fact that I know about this only from my friend Lecter. This is a reference to like the Zero Escape games, if you're not aware. Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institution from across the political spectrum, ideological contamination in adjutant units is practically impossible. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to take a very quick break here to explain Asila. Okay. Give me all 5 seconds here. Let me grab that. Thank you for reminding me. Alright. Image. Alright. Since we're gonna be bringing up her. This is Asila Live Mai. This is a joke character I kind of made to be like an anti-Alice Linazera. That being said, the bigger joke is the fact that if we really want to go there, my color palette is actually anti-Alice. But, actually, in reality, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this character. But she is definitely inspired, like, this wolf girl is absolutely inspired by my great friend Alice. Brat, she's an Esper. She intercepts shovels from streamers who have to apologize and bring them back to poor wolf girls. And of course she's trans. All of my characters are clearly trans. And she's only in it for herself. Alright. Now that we've got this joke out of the way, let's get back to the game. What are you talking about? No. Alice is not a brat. The only time that Alice is a brat is when she's denying that she's a cute princess. Bart. She is a Bart. Immediately after thanking me. Alright. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has born particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective attempt to reconcile particularly desperate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single authoritative loud voice. It's okay. It's okay, Alice. I'm gonna clip the second half. With the state's court backlog essentially cleared for the past half-decade, questions arose as to the continued need for adjutants to enlighten the judicial system's human resource burden, but Senate Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. Let's be honest here, though. Let's just be honest, though, Ophelia. Between me and Alice, I am 100% the bigger brat. Okay. Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automatic dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload. Been that way for decades. But how was a law to replace judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling? Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. State needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial? Having machines determine sentencing for human beings? Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even the most high-profile crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things? Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. The punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. Poor Alice just getting destroyed. Getting too many voices in the kitchen at this point who are just willing to tease you and pick on you, by the way, Alice. I'm just saying. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is... that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everybody want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had. Such as... disgust. Welcome. Welcome to the point where this game starts getting real. Alright. I've hydrated on my own terms. What? That's all people really care about. That's all that people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. Alright. I promise that I will not save scum. I actually can't. I'm going to do everything I can to not save scum. And I'm already on high roller mode, so I can't. So, yeah. Well, as your empress, Miss Princess Lunazera, I give Ophelia the rights to tease you. Courtroom, 48D. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep? It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those in the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like a wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would be chewed out for leaking things to the press. The uniformed officers have little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually. Preferably one with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like the attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I figured that you could extrapolate. I am asking us to correct my misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding a particular individual in the case. What do you do then? Sit down and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witness on my own response. God! I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, so long as I have discovery backing me. You said that before. Discovery means... Just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation. Which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in an actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers, where they watch a feed from the trial's proceedings in anonymity. You see, I like this. Because, again, I don't know too much about the later Ace Attorney games, but I do know about the lay judge system that was implemented in Apollo Justice. And that's what I can only imagine, like, this being a reference to. Or at least outside of, actual desire to keep the jury, away from sight. Alright. Christ. Y'all gonna have to deal with some phlegm here and there. I'm not... winter allergies are the worst. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? Don't? Okay, fine. I am staying hydrated, for God's sake. You got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant? Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's gonna be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternative interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect, or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Luckily, we can save before, like, the actual, like, other things. Alright. Christ. Alright. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. The third lower court is now in session. Adjutant 8084 presiding. I call to order the case of the People versus Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is 8084. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture and every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So, what gives me the right? This gorgeous bud! God. The brown hair woman is very pretty. We love Emma. It's why she's on my phone. Okay. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. Adjutant's 8084. Date of birth, chosen at least, is September 2nd. Her height is 263 centimeters, and 299 kilograms is her weight. I'm horrible with a metric system. I'm still trying to get out of only knowing freedom units. If somebody could assist me real quick. While I take a quick moment to breathe. 2.5 meters. Well, I mean, I'm talking like feet and inches and pounds. Yeah. She's 8.5 feet. Amazon. And 660 pounds. Taller than you. Heavier than you. She's a self-assigned Libra. She likes raw salmon, running water, and gymnastics. She dislikes criminals, contrarians, and pigeons. Her type is open obedience and observance, O people. Yep. I was so glad that people are gonna be here for this. Alright, let's get back into this. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? The defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did in fact commit suicide as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before he cut up his well like a T-bone. Thank you. I didn't realize adjutants were so... lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant in the courtroom they could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. I mean, I'm not gonna deny it. I'm not gonna deny that I'm cute. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have any doubts in my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you would find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. She's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads, so long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outbursts from the bench. My plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. Alright, hold on. I remember at one point saying that I heard Sato as as cat in my head. Hold on, let me try this. It's Yumi. Huh? Hey. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole you swear to tell the whole unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? Yeah, I'm not gonna try to do Cat's voice right now. I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if we're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! The defense will have the opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. Welcome to one of my favorite pieces of this fucking trial. The hell? All I said was, yeah, what she said! You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor! Being cute is my job! God damn, we barely even started. That seemed pretty bad, Adonai. Making mistakes will increase your blinds. Well, I mean, the lower voice is like what I can do. I'm better at Cat's more like exasperated voice because it's a bit closer to mine. Please, please stop. No. Bullying Cat while she's streaming. Yeah, sure. Make you go blind. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. So this is the thing about this whole scenario. Please stop, I'm just a useless lesbian. I will implement something of that sort into my soundboard, by the way, for the streams once I get the chance. But yeah, this whole game plays like poker. Once you're in the courtroom, essentially. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Mind the blind's number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off, I'll get my chance to raise objections on my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? Yes, indeed! I can't wait for the Of the Devil Ballarto crossover! You did it again, Connie! There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during this testimony, but you can still choose to advance text manually with continue. You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong, then hit the call button to call their bluff. Hover over the call button or toggle on Insight to focus on the claims within a witness statement. Insight can be disabled in the settings. Testimony will loop until you call. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Whiskey, David's contract, upright cup. The subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, and fainting. As the subject was healthy, the respiratory failure must have been attributed to a drug overdose. But when a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. After choosing a call and a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Look over the 3 cards that show up and confirm your card before the timer runs out. So. Wanna bet? It's impossible for David Asher's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Ah! That makes sense. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not as such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I'd like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? Is the tox screen... Alright. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get some medication. See if that helps, like, clear up my throat or something. Be right back. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, hold on. Okay. We should be good now. So, okay. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, like I said, allergies. Alright. If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital hadn't encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work, coming up with an original scientific fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega. Omega-3! That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta. Used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. Though it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please! I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure. and his talk screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure, except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Alright. Yeah, so. Rose River whiskey, drank before death, negative for poison. Died from respiratory failure, unknown substance in the blood. Drank with David before he died. Yeah. So, I cannot do any of my normal bullshit. I cannot do any wagering or raising the bet yet, so we're just gonna go with this. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense an opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now. How do I counter? And his argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. Alright. So this is, I'd argue, like, the most absolutely unique thing that I've seen thus far in this game when it comes to, like, new systems. I don't recall anything much like this in other, like, Ace Attorney or, like, mystery games. I could be wrong, though. During Blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing, or else you'll go bust and lose credits. Select the press option to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win Blackjack when you reach exactly 21, so don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions, idiots. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of the arguments, and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Alright. Are you sure it was ingested? Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Are you sure Delta is to blame? Well, best way to, like, check this stuff out. Are you sure Delta is to blame? I'd say respiratory failure. For anybody here in the chat, if you want to, like, help along, you're more than allowed to. Get some interaction, you know? -4 blinds. I would say start off maybe with ingestion. Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested Delta orally. But how can you be sure but how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about the cavities that I checked, but... Was it knowingly ingested? But how sure can we be that the test subject ingested Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have just been a drop. Kind of thing that can easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Oh man, I want the jump on our case. Alright. Are you sure Delta's to blame? Dr. Sato, you were only able to identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I've I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that this would act as a depressant. And just enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. You've ran simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample, not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No. Not yet, anyway. Seems like that's... blackjack. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Escher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had diagnosed pneumonia, similar to the disease, and his respiratory system was weakened, undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare, it is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Eating down wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage. Alright. Alright. And the bit. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads investigating this crime scene? Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. And what did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesville Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Escher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well on the stand. I have expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. When you take into consideration her love for boot heel authority, she might be right home in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about half an hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. Two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Escher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the time period, drinking the same liquor, the witness exhibited no symptoms themselves? None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building, but we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink at the premises, including the bottle the witness and deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle is clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Escher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that Dr. Escher committed suicide by poisoning himself. He's pretty tight-lipped up there. But I think she slipped up in that last one. Or at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep, add time. But we could potentially see if we can get through this first. Break up. David's Cup. Poison. Alright. Yeah, we're not getting through this yet. Alright. I'll enjoy this bop going on here in the background while I go, get more things to clear my throat, because goddamn. Alright. And there was no opportunity for the witness to slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement, and there was no poison anywhere else. She slipped up there and made a claim she can't actually support. All I need to do is point it out, and then I'll get to watch her self-destruct, which should be fun. Asher met with a witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m. he was dead. He's still the one prepared their drink, or he's the one who prepared their drinks, and there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Wanna bet? You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows the tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was, in fact, poisoned. You're making a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve? Or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Yeah, no, that's literally what this game is. It is just gambling. It is just gambling. Testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time. But that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all aware. Right. We all knew that. I definitely knew that. Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I can begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby! Fire away, baby. Reyes' testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what happened. Well, what have y'all got? How do you feel about this? Let's see. Anyone else in the building ever seen poisoning himself? Could he have been poisoned off camera? Well, to their knowledge, at the very least, there is possibility, but yeah. Alright. Yeah, I love this music. So good. It's so good. 13. Anyone else in the building? You'd say 3? Alright. Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible? I don't know how else it would have been done, but that just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. Yeah, there you go. So that's what's gonna happen if we're wrong. Shit. That's not where I wanted to lead the conversation. It might have certainly seemed that way, yes. So, yeah, we have to hit 21 exactly. We cannot go over, we cannot be under. Well, we did bring up the fact that there are no cameras in the basement. There could have been somebody else in the building. The only people who you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there's no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them, so it's possible that there were other people that night because the cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. I think that is... yeah. Alright, well, we've already got this one. And... I guess we'll go with this one. Detective. We've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems that he had already poured for both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured? In that case, the next question needs to be when and what. What this? Detective Reyes. During the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fancy answer. Well, it's a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab? His bedroom? His basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right. They never found any poison. No poison at all? At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Thank you for enlightening me. Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Blackjack. What do you mean procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink? It can't have come from thin air, you understand. It had to have been from another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it. It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. Here we go. God, I adore 80. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. Alright. See you when you get back. But they failed to prove that the victim had means to kill himself. Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Shit. That's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence of Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Oh, I know this one! It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher is well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think Randog Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions, so Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug for some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta anytime in the comfort of his own home, a quick and painless death readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically preset number 19. Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing in the MS hand the entire time. Alright. What is this? The nanofacturer. A machine capable of assembling organic or inorganic compounds and even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum-sealed mixing. Alright. Found at Noble's factory show floor, as well as inside Dr. Asher's personal lab. Presets on David's model history exist for a compound identical to the substance found in his bloodstream after his death. Well, I mean, if it's already a preset, that probably means it's not even, like, a drug or anything like that. It's probably something he would have worked with at Noble. Oh, wait, hold on. Just in case. Save the game. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. Before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment to put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course. Just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's when he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with a witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly after. Any objections so far, Counselor? So far, yeah, that's pretty clean. Not at this time, no. The timeline you described is accurate, as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could easily dispense poison directly into his cup by placing it inside the manufacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means. He had the only opportunity. Seems we're about ready to wrap this up here. No? Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, Counselor, are we done here? Well, I mean, if we stop here, we're just kind of fucked, and regardless, so we kind of have to raise it. They're very good glasses. I like them. I need Emma's outfit in general. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, right, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, Counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so it just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for a debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme! Gimme! This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and the man he was having a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call. Emma wants to present it here now. The content must be... Relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that... What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool. Begin playback. Alright. Let me try to get this on. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Isaac? You there? Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. Gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah. How have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I was trying to go for, like, Black British, but I'm clearly not good at it. That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm so... Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man. For not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way. You can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you or... Nah. You haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently, I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So do you need anything? Or should I... Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's PIN number system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time. Other... Might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point of the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that's horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. But that just mean this is just... pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add... I've been feeling off my game all day. Caught between corporate inbreeders and ant brain protesters and... Hitting me? Here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? I'm just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relation to the deceased? Fucking Christ. I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullets? Starling's the only play I have right now. The only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive was about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone in so far, There's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Morgan, what are you doing? Nothing. Sorry. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally? Of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. God dang it. A focus experiment. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection! Fucking Christ. Objection! Calls for speculation. Intent. I'm feeling like it's gonna be, sustained! Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times where he was the focus of negative attention. Oh, so. Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories? Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him. Well... Withdrawn. Miss Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes, but their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. What is this? I forget what this is called. This is a thing that right-wing politicians do a lot. Where they're just like, won't somebody take care of these people that I don't like? Stochastic terrorism. That's what it sounds like to me. Stochastic terrorism. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes, but I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor, and none of the pirates involved had any contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. God, I love this. I love this stupid game. Something you want to add, counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure. We've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but... Did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never! Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness? Depression? Anxiety? No. So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe... Objection! On what grounds? Asked and answered, stalling, and also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy! And what matter specifically are you referring to? Deceased mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondences that describe, if they are private, they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't get permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing. Damn, I didn't honestly expect her to stop her from admitting her evidence into record. I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%. Approximately. I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if it means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist that he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year. Along with paperwork detailing how his treatment was covered under his Platinum plan. Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from his messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress Dr. David Asher was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? I'll admit them to evidence, assuming there are no objections. There is something very strange about this evidence. So, let me see here. Where are you? Yeah. Dr. Asher's health insurance policy with Caduceus, paid for through Noble Electronics, includes private EMS services on standby. Caduceus only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans to outrank it. I don't know about you, but Executive 4 and Platinum sound very different to me. I'll gladly object on the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan and not a platinum plan. What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there on the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing a psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witness attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide a psychiatrist from Noble spying? No, he was smarter than that. Alright, we're able to bet. We're able to wager. Hold on. Here's the thing. Okay, good to hear. Good to hear everything's good. So... David hid psych treatments from Noble. Really? On his recorded calls? I'm gonna call some bullshit on that. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have had his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. Dr. Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life owned for analyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try to hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance company? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it, though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for defenses at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor, and I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims about just for the sake of causing drama. What are you? I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. I would never try to, like, distract or anything like that. Come on now. What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that Dr. David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months. Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in the courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. What's that on your desk? And what about this unusually shaped chair? And he was also your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence into question. Evidence gathering into question. All because you can't admit that for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? That is... sorry, but like... Did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting! Yes, ma'am. With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were a counselor. At this stage of the game with or where it is at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. But what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. She only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please tell us, when exactly did he last contact you, frankly? Like, seeing and meeting at HQ, those can be days apart. Contact in general, that's very broad. When was the last time you had when was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night, 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? The texting makes a big difference. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. Christ. What? I just got chills. Don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changed the timeline of events as we know them. We all know what happened to David Asher. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking. The order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Alright. Pick your card back up and place it in another slot if you change your minds, or use return to undo the last card you placed down. Fill all the slots to submit your answer. Alright. Alright, so David passes out, and Starling texts him 6:30, 6:57, let's go! Yes, that's it. Thanks to Miss Starling, we now have a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, fucking Christ. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with a witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. and he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events, but we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have this android. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, so I should do the... Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes. He said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. To summarize then, half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guests had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you're planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will just allow a moment... Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that Delta must have come from his manufacturer, from inside the penthouse. I don't know. Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer. Adonai! Would you allow me in one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford... I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. You have the footage from last night? I have the file. You watched it. I thought you'd want to know right away. But it doesn't matter. Either this is our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Drit, upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor? I'm awake! And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage? The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You... what? The people say... The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, and waited 2 minutes and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning that he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than royal flush here means I'm bust. So, better to be the Joker who dances. Fucking Christ. So the sad part is that I know what's about to happen. So I have to have like my voice ready for this because it requires some good good emotion. The data's been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar. And the timestamp is 7:36. There. David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving. At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it then? I came this far just to wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there a sound? None at all. Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups. Counselor? What is that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs. Not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone. I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please, tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have callers available? Sarah, shut down now. Adonai, please. Tell me what That's an order. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. God damn it, Ophelia. That's... Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well. The charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Yay. Chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the century. God, I flub everything here. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself, and in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments and obscure legal treaties. That's what I like to do. Melissa Barrows, date of birth November 26, almost Thanksgiving. Height 169 centimeters, no idea of weight, blood type A+, occupation superior judge of the higher circuit, likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs, dislikes parking lots, noise pollution, and mud. Avoids overspending on restaurants, splurges on expensive hotels, and relaxes by watching action movies. Okay. That's what I like to do. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all of this heavy-handedness. Want somebody toiling away under the police state, think of the poor bureaucrats. And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market? We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? Hey! I didn't even get a chance to vote there. It would have been 50-50. Guilty. That is, we can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste, adjutants. Do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277A. Docket number YT9843188282. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT98431882. I think I lost you after the first 8. I have a copy here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject is exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah. Not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get the hots? Of course! There are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything. Especially not if it killed my friends. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful that I am that we have the I'm just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep, keeps things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. Been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course. And futile. And pointless. Spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to paper mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it had nothing to feed on. Morgan? What was that, Counselor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot these last few hours, Counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true, and no laws broken on your part. Yeah, ad break in 2.5 minutes, by the way. Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and trap me on this. You aren't guilty of any crime. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Stick 'em up. Stick 'em up. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah's an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah's just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished? Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty, and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be so funny. It'd be funny if it wasn't so fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction? other than feelings of personal attachment. Well, I mean, for-profit college and all. I can think of at least one reason I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or very convincing number. Alright. See y'all in a minute. When we get back from break. Actually, you know what? I'll still be here. But I'm gonna, like, stand up for a moment. Hey, Igbar! Thank you very much for the hydrate. I was actually just about to do that. Alright. Oh, God! Oh, God! Damn it! God damn it! Alright, Igberlag. Fuck! Oh, I need to see this. I need to see this. Hold on. Okay. Alright. Welcome back, everybody. But before we continue on our little journey here. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Let's make sure. Winter Catcher 5. Where is it? Properties. Share the audio. This is important. God damn it. Alright. Here we go, y'all. Oh, wait, hold on. Underneath the tab. Okay. All right. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. We're gonna need to get a better clip of that later on, and I'll probably grab it myself if I need be. God damn it. Igberlag, why? No, we need other things in it though. That's the problem. Okay. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or a very convincing number. What are you... What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You gotta be... I got it from an insurance evaluation program. Algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. You people hurt me. I don't want to hurt Noelle, god damn it. Okay. Fuck. Alright, once Of the Devil's done, we'll be going straight into the Deltarune shit. Fuck. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself, and we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert, testifying the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, all the while the media... This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. Though... Alfie! Miss Feet Freezer! I see through you. I see through you. So, the state says that my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets. So they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Speaking of ulcers. Indigestion, folks! Hate it. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it will be one day tomorrow. No. Here's the problem, though. You were guilty of one crime. You were innocent of one crime. You can commit another crime. Prove this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No. Prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you've enabled. Yes, Your Honor. D.I. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power it down. Morgan. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water. That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing as the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them in the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. God damn it! Ah, it's so good! Okay. Like, she has turned into that meme. She has turned into that meme of just like, I've only known Sarah for 5 minutes, but if anybody was to hurt her, I would take out everyone in this room and then myself. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all demoralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Depends on the extremes, I guess. I guess a thought in of itself can't be evil, but yeah, it's a thing of just like, the idea isn't evil, it's the people who like act out on the idea. I think that's the best way to put this. Look, I know, there are many thoughts in history that have come out of people that have committed horrible atrocities. But the idea in of itself, the thought going through your head, I kind of... Yeah, I know. And it's one of the very few times in this game where I don't really care for the writing. It's like the one part. And for a game this well written, it does stick out a lot. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. I talked a big game just now. But I'm in an even deeper hole than I was when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubts won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. Sorry, just wanted to make sure. I noticed I had some messages. my god, it's July 2nd! Oh my god! Homicide office. So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it collared? It's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good will a deadbolt do? A restraint designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. So it's a little bit different from, our current definition of collars. If you get what I'm saying. While collars appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. I'm pretty sure it's just a magnet. Nah, I wouldn't say it's a shock collar. It's just an electromagnet. It just fucks with the mods. It feels like the good way of putting it is just like an electromagnet fucking with your TV or something, you know? I guess would probably be the better way to put it. I don't know, I'm a bumpkin. Collars contain a specially designed electromagnet that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implanted tech below the neck. Power, simple, and cost-effective. Collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. With the onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as a means of meaningfully inhibiting aware's mod usage has been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize microneedle clusters, but concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. The collar doesn't work, what good will a deadbolt do? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. So long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. Ah! Bloodthirsty, eh? I may or may not be into vampires. So that wording is, fun. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. Yeah, I know you know. But the audience doesn't know. You think they're gonna go after Noble, break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the Android industry. The act of absorbing a corporation or industry into the nation's government, shifting authority and profits to the state, and restructuring the business model to function as a part of the bureaucracy. Nationalization is a so-called nuclear option for sovereign nations. It is mostly used as a threat, a tool of deterrence against corporate misconduct, monopolies, or corruption. However, during periods of severe economic depression or hyperinflation, nationalization is considered a valid way of forcefully stabilizing the market, even if doing so risks flaming the tempers of those who operate within it. Many governments made liberal use of nationalization during the late 2050s to the 2060s in an effort to keep energy and food prices from fluctuating out of control. Ha! Ha! Hell yeah! Guilty as charged. Bailiff, freeze those feet! The 2070s saw most of those countries reverse course. Industries were opened back up in a free auction model where every citizen was given a share trade. Okay. Yeah, no, Lucy's not here, so I have to do the okay. industries were opened back up in a free action model where every citizen was given a share to trade or sell as they pleased, but this contentious process was plagued by accusations of government corruption, cartel intimidation, and disinformation campaigns. The global trend back towards privatization gave rise to a new rich, sometimes derisively referred to as the neobility. Some liberal economists, those damn liberals, am I right? Some liberal economists have since criticized this period of deregulation as being poorly planned and executed in haste, contributing to the record highs of wealth inequality we see today, leaving many governments loath the attempt at nationalization again, and thus shifting the global balance of power further towards multinational corporations. You didn't do it! You didn't do it! Oh! Oh, Ophelia! Ophelia. There's an old saying that sci-fi generally reflects the era, or like the time in which it was made. This is your blueprint for that in the modern day. If you want an I'm pretty sure I found references to Tesla tunnels in Las Vegas. I've seen, like, the national security shit be brought up. There's one that comes up later about, I think, about, like, oh, you know, you're no longer allowed to, like, to repair the shit that you own. You don't actually own the shit that you buy. Like, this is dystopia. This is dystopia as hell, but it is 100%, like, it's just as much 2025 as it is 2086. Yeah. They were not fucking around with this. God damn. Yeah. And there's one last gut punch that you, me, Connie, Alice, we're all gonna experience on our own here. Today, all 5 of the largest national economies of the world retain at least some control over what they each consider their respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight within their borders. I mean, I forget which person on the dev team made the remark. It's like, where does this game take place? It's in your country in the year of 2086. I guess you could, like, say that about, like, any country, but, like, to me, this can only be something based upon now, and, like, in America. Or maybe even, like, the UK or something, but again, I don't know their politics very well, so. It's everywhere, just like capitalism. Hey, fuck capitalism. Fuck capitalism. Ew. Yay! Nationalize the Android industry? If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. The same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than just a monopoly. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument? A trial? Can't we just hook it up to a core computer, see if it has tenants or not? Pop the hood, as they say. Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with a locking key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all like God sorted out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan. Take your pick. You're not going to try to use one of those in the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around? DA's office never asks for them, do they? Nope. Nah, we got perps who offer to take the test when they're at wit's end, but DA's never submit their results as an evidence. You ever wonder why? Because I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match your initial impression, then it must be a fluke. A 1 in a million mistake. Never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. They can run the trial, choose a sentence, but they don't get to vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test, or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech, and we still fall back on the drumhead court martial. Marshal. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot to. Wait, what? From outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to a counsel. Or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. Then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station, Tiger, you don't. It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like, your nurse? That's the last night. I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. I remember when I was... I remember when I first played this, I actually didn't get this immediately. I think I was just like, I was relating to it because I was dealing with back pain at the time. Yeah, that's literally just the joke. The joke is just that she has giant tits. How fitting that, at least from design-wise, that we can see in sprites, the only person with bigger tits that we've seen thus far is Emma. You might be going through, but I also just can't. Look, I'm gonna go get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just at a break room. But it's a very old machine, you know? It gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. Small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. but that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Oh, wait, I can make a remark about this one. Oh, she's chubby. She is chubby. She does wear baggy clothes, but she is also chubby. She is soft. She is round. She is friend-shaped. And in my case, well, I'm just saying, I wouldn't exactly oppose to calling her girlfriend-shaped. Not at all. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. But yeah, no, I relate to the cortisol part. All that cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants went to me when I first played this game. I couldn't sleep for like 48 hours. God, she's so fucking cute. But luckily I got sleep before tonight, so we're good. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you this time? Or are we gonna have to do the whole meet cute over again? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How does it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? What are they gonna do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed Father? No. Because they think you're an artificial intelligence. Hold on, I'm gonna turn that down again. No. Because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made, and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her last night was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that... There are modded humans who are capable of all of that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty company in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They're not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? That's it? But Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms across the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. Now, if only we could do this for the large language models. That recession, it's looking, pretty nasty. We could stop what we're doing right now. Just saying. But why? Let's say that you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing. Something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis here. This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think? So you're smarter. Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes. So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you. That is... I am more aware, more alive. Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter? The fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people disgusted. We're just gonna let that one sit for a moment. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. So, Ophelia, we brought up the fact that this game is basically just as much 2025 as 2086. What do you take from this? I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. I just want to exist. The fact that I'm asking is what makes people disgusted. This is a very gay game, and I am not the first person to make this, like... I'm not the first person to make this, like, note. But yeah. Yeah. That hits. I can only take Sarah's story here as a trans allegory. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Adonai? The state can't destroy my property. They can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. There's no test they can use to prove that you are an AI. Just like the devil's proof. No, that's a different thing, and why'd you say it like that? Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Okay, so... to any Umineko fans out there, this might just ring pretty nice for you, I'm just saying, especially how that word was written and read. Probatio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof. Probatio? Probatio diabolica, I believe, is an impossible proof. Oh god! Oh god! Oh lord. Thank you very much for the bits, for the salty bits. Thank you, Gani. One can prove the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove that he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these things is achievable, God, my mouth is so dry. The judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead it is the people who are tasked with provoking guilt or proving guilt. Users also frequently searched for which is real. To any Umineko fans out there, you know what that is. Hold on! Oh God! Pause to check. Get hydration. Don't worry, I got those in. Save the game. Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove that you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do is win is prove that you didn't kill David, by proving that someone else did. Now is the time to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage, it shows me handing the cup. The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me that you weren't active on Friday. The last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie, I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? I've seen footage! Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget Adonai, I'm an android. You're saying that your memory is altered? Data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in the footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating, resting my body and recompiling my memories, you could call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. Hey Alice, you still here? Yeah, you want to bring up how this is probably the other, like, questionable line? we went on a pretty we watched a pretty long-winded discussion of why this doesn't really work. The human brain's really not like a computer, people. Come on. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could have easily had it set to occur the next time I was... If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have set that to occur the next time I was hibernated. He could have even just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you do it. Father would never ask me to do such a thing without a good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means that you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Did you prove that your data was... Forget it. The court would never hear it. You're saying that they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. No, you're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm God, I cannot speak today. None of this is fair. Would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday? Not your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in and then a while later you came out, holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal? You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before, but I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's arguments could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein killed its creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. Though it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It's a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt... God! It's a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me... whatever I am. Not for any reason. 'Cause I loved... Yeah, see? That? Right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for the homicide. For the homicide. Yeah! Autism! Work with me for once, please! A very common motive for homicide amongst us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? This... I could go on for days about the soundtrack. I could also go on for a while about this fucking line. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you're the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the manufacturer? Could you have made a delta with it? I've used it before when assisting Father. So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There are a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I can implicate the company in Sarah's creation... No. They're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. They also don't want to show their belly to the state. Not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight onto the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing. Keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not... Adonai? What would happen if... I did kill Father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all its hard drives. You'll be shut off. Forcefully. And you won't ever power up again. Now I've got to get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for the day. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Good. Good advice. Thank you, Miss Serial Killer. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap. You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. Now for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you've put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. You're a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. When I take a job, I never half-ass it. 10:20 a.m., July 2nd, 2086. A fan. Ceiling fan, how primitive. A Lamborghini, how primitive. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early. Hi. Now would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said, right? Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage? How many? First of 5 times explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. Now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear, relax. I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please. You don't see it, but I just have the biggest grin on my face right now. You know damn well what we're doing. I will never just tell her. Why would I play it straight? When I'm fucking gay. It's SUNSSUNSHINE. Lady, I will hit you. ADONAI. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for— Hey, I just submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed. I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system, so this was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible. You still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black. That's not a work thing? You dress like a doorknob? Dress like a doorman on the weekends too? You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. Both knew it all had to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint of what the other might find. Oh, Ophelia? Ophelia, you're gonna like her. You're gonna like the. I think you'd enjoy the lower part of her outfit as well. It's fun. There were a few years worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book. Also, they spent the night together. The girlfriends, they spent the night together. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. Footage covered David's contract, Isaac's call, Young's cup, platinum plan, recorded calls, Sarah's papers, Starling's testimony, Starling's text, and the witness testimony. And that should be everything. Cool. Oh, you're so sweet. You're very sweet. Thank you, Connie. Did you bring enough to share with the entire stream? Okay. I'm gonna take an extra long break real quick. I'll be about 10 minutes. I need to get up, stretch, relax. Be right back.
Ah. Hold on. Speaking. Yeah.
Awesome. Turn you up.
I do have the microphone in a slightly different position.
Yeah. All right. I might even give you a couple. I might. Actually, no. You still have 2 people left. The only thing is that eventually it does get to the point where it's all women characters again.
Well, shit.
But I can
You'll
probably.
at least have some relief.
I have characters that I can give you though.
Hmm.
All right. Oops, all women.
Oops, all women.
What's the opposite of a sausage fest?
Taco party.
Yeah. Thank you.
I didn't even hear you giggling in Discord. I just hear you giggling through the door.
Good. Taco fiesta. Oh god.
Clam bake. That is another option. Yeah, clam bake is another one besides.
You were so tiny. You were so
I'm
tiny.
so tiny.
You're so small. Little fella. Alright.
Eurofest. That's a good one.
Fucking Christ. Hooters.
Hooters? The sock puppet has taken his place.
Alright.
Yes.
Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. And when she saw what she was holding when she left, if she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So, where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search this place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height, tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own, I get it. Not just let me say it. I love these two. They're so... they hate each other so much.
They hate each other in the most, understandable way possible.
On top of Nodie, seems canonical that she picked the bottom. Fuck you! Ophelia's been doing this to me, for the past week. Also, I don't deny it!
I mean, you have at one point said that it's just you tweeted something that was just no matter how much of a bottom you think you are, I'm lower or something like that.
I am more so.
I am more so.
Alright.
Those were your words.
Let's see here. We'll leave that one. That one's really funny. Reyes is searching in the cabinets now. Then once I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey! What are you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder as more helpful than you are. Found anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. All these drawers were just panels. Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I want to recognize the secret button that was slathered in yellow paint. Even...
Topical.
Still topical. It's still topical. Sci-fi is a commentary. Science fiction is often a science commentary based upon the modern times. Christ, I cannot speak. Alright, this datapad. It's displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms that he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Would you care for?
I can do this one. Right to Repair loses latest appeal. A higher court judge this week shot down for a 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive Right to Repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of the legal counsel for the CRA, but we've no intention of giving up for the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Now, trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ears for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of the most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction and outlays fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownerships of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Erkman and the CARA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with the representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as journalism refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found just anywhere. Subscribe now at the link below to read articles like this every day, forever, as long as your card remains on file.
Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems that the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear, so for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, any widget that breaks, they get to sell us a replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't just have it on auto. And anything else other than that? A toy car. No, it's too detailed and boring. I love how I need to, like, get rid of the sound effects on Twitch. Still. Because it plays the fucking opening to Third Sanctuary from Deltarune for me, but it also plays like it plays the stock sound effects from Twitch itself as well.
God damn it.
Okay, fine. I will drink. Keep it up and I'll start drinking liquor.
Easy now. We don't have enough of that.
I mean, with how low my tolerance is, yes we do.
with how often you will do it, no we don't. Also, hi Al.
Hi Al, how are you? Sorry.
He's the one telling you to hydrate.
We got I was getting like mixed up, slightly colorblind. What kind of drink are we talking? Absinthe.
Yeah. Zoe will 100% drink absinthe.
I love absinthe. It's wonderful. I won't do it on stream, but I mean later. Toy car? No, that's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not just some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I am not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see? 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds? They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of even back in the 50s. This wasn't just some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This is a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line, this conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. It's okay. Same with me, girl. Hey, is it obvious that No, I'm not gonna make that remark. I'm not gonna make that remark. I was gonna say something along the lines of, hey, isn't it obvious that I'm a woman? I don't know jack shit about cars. Fucking Christ, I hate that. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it. When you could have easily just bought one. Or when he could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on the streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. There, I should have pulled everything off of the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find, Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so. Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade. Fresh off the shelf. Did the Dr. Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents. Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime. So yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but 0 bytes. Maybe there's information on the metadata. I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. Small drawer popped out. Inside it, well-worn journal. Well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat. Even words. Small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks. Haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entries dated back in grad school. Or even started with Noble. Yeah, it says. So may I? Only because you asked so nicely. Full scan, strength of work net, high fidelity, legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands. She's flipping through the pages really damn fast. What are you? This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What, you're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Texts are probably already analyzing it as we speak. Oh! Shit! Oh, my head! Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always just enjoy watching her writhe instead. So how long has it been? 2 months or so. And it's still that sensitive? So, the eye patch really doesn't block your sight? Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait. But if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Luckily, I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all this first 48. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough, I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about. Gross. Thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels, until I can do it with my eye muscles alone. You do that to keep practicing? Yeah. I'm trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really, I think. Hard to admit that you got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal and go find elective surgeon to sell you if that curious. I need to get back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top, then. Grad school. And here you are, by the way, Amps.
Today was a bad day.
Good.
Errors in line 21165-26643. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked this one yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible.
This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing, it just seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanova-ing.
Hit a wall because someone just thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only ever know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bumblo. Alan said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times this week, but it's all for show. Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka and with cheaper office supply cups.
This is the story Young told me.
Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable, sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big. Practically tentacles. Should at least be hairs. The squid evolution can do the job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. Didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were only sweet. I had no idea.
Upset? Colette wrote man-horn lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you'd actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful.
The thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips.
Okay, see you around, Connie. See you later.
Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man-whore.
It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, this is... I know this date.
I'm never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in the car and filed another report with another cop. I had soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long it felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I want to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind of like that. Kind by omission.
I'm sorry, Ophelia.
I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door, and saw what a mess I was.
Okay, just in case I forgot to say this to everybody, context. The reason, like, what he's talking about here, it's kind of obvious he's talking about Morgan. But what he's talking about with the eyes is whenever she's, like, masking up, not letting people into her head, her eyes are red. When she's just speaking her own minds or thinking to herself, that's how she's actually feeling.
But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized.
Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. Before I forget, I've given you, like, the rundown before, yeah?
Yes. You've given me a rough rundown.
So, yeah, David dead, Sarah accused of murder as a result.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and we're currently trying to figure out if that's even the case, if somebody else might have done it instead.
Mm-hmm.
The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. Yeah, but to read her, you listen to her thoughts. You're right. Oh, God! Oh, fuck! Okay, fine.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you're ever just getting her thoughts, if you pay attention, her eyes just stop being red. When she's talking to other people, the vast majority of the time, her eyes are red.
Yeah. And then whenever she's, like, speaking to herself, or when she actually, like, lets things loose so that people know what she's thinking, like, people like Emma or Sarah, she will speak with, she'll have, like, black eyes. Yeah. So the whole thing about, you know, AI, like, the idea is, like, you know, people can't be, people can be evil, but, like, animals can't be evil, ideas can't be evil. As dubious as a line as it is, that's actually how she feels. Which actually might make the writing in that scene actually make more sense, because it's her honest to God thoughts.
Yeah, when she's having inner monologues and like there's that shift in color and she's just thinking to herself, her eyes are black because she is just thinking to herself and having her own thoughts be read by the player.
However, this makes me laugh because we'll get to it later on. It's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse.
Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Tess is suffocating, but you never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting a box together. Making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play.
And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun.
Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. It feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else partly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken.
Copying? Noble's rivals would have never missed a chance to accuse him of intellectual theft. Okay, so another thing I should probably make sure. The reason why they're, like, super, like, insistent on Sarah is because she's an AI. Or, like, that's what they believe she is. And that is worldwide illegal. it has to be destroyed pretty much the moment that it's whiffed. So they're worried that David made an AI and that Sarah, as a result, is, yeah. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. The last person to read this diary should be Sarah.
Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle raking is perfect. Not intended behavior, since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that, but I actually like how it, like, recontextualizes, like, later points, like, earlier points in the story. Because it also allows you to just get a grip on, like, previous episodes and, like, how she's thinking, essentially.
Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for her.
You do have time for it. Motherfucker, I hired you staff so that you would actually keep yourself fit. Okay.
Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range.
So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages.
Sarah is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace. Especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat at Popcorn and the event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so...
Hey, I got a great game that you can play, David. It's called Of the Devil. It might help you out, I'm just saying.
I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze.
So, here's more things that you unfortunately did miss because of work. Sarah got upset earlier because Morgan, like, played with her, like, saying, oh, you know, you're probably too young, like, you're only, like, 2 years old, I can't be offering you alcohol after offering it in the first place. Which is also where they decide to throw in an Ace Attorney reference in reference to a stepladder that's out there in the office.
She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her, and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. As soon she had gotten tired of winning. But then today, she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination.
Yeah, I think it was called Grip or something.
God damn it. Fuck you. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum.
God damn it. Damn it, David. There's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out a code and meddle a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died.
Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP, she needs to.
That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. She read this whole diary front to back. Wait. The back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some sort of scanner. Fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. Secret...
There! Fucking cat's in the background. Hold on.
God dang it.
Okay. He hopped down. He hopped down.
A secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. Much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only.
Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah. My magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in '83, I had all the vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. A vague direction. North. But of course, I'm not a roboticist. Or a mechanist. Or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant. File name, Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches. Saved me a lot of time. but there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less. Combed through research papers and found me the sections I needed.
I can't believe you actually trusted me with that.
The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself. Let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Aeneid. And Aeneid was novel. In many ways. Aeneid could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean, really, solve them. With its own ideas. Ideas it didn't copy. And, the one thing I realize I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct, and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back, and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected, or feel connected, or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube, because it's what I used back when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home and from work and get... But there are other small, slight differences writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well... Cube predates the tenants?
I forget. Are tenants like things in other sci-fi as well?
Yes.
So you already know what that is then.
Yeah. There's like the quote-unquote the three tenants, usually.
Yep.
So, in that sense, you could legally, and perhaps scientifically, and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Need over 2 years ago. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to, curse me out.
It doesn't matter how long it's been since I first played this game, or how many times did I see this. I still want to strangle him.
Enid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated. And together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Enid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking me why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition or a hearing or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I have done my part contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building, and I never bothered to. I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So, to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty.
David.
And yes, there were more.
David! David!
Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome, They started choosing their own names, thank God. I'm terrible at that kind of... And so things sped up. And there got to be, well... Should I not say the exact number?
Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... More than 300.
Ugh. I don't even want to think about how many years in prison he'd probably be in for if he was still alive. Fuck.
Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied, like people are varied. But they are all intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encouraged them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all, together, helped me make Sarah.
He spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI, all while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from...
You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron. A single, microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there.
You can't mean...
About 100 billion neurons in the brain. Several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofracture to make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Could make even...
Sorry.
Could make even more and less if, after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton. So it was really closest to. You ever made rock candy?
How do I... Okay, so... By all accounts, the name that Sarah uses for Morgan, Adonai, does make more sense when she is essentially, in a religious sense, a figure of clay. For better or for worse is the definition I can go with. The motherfucker grew a daughter. He played God.
Yeah. Sorry. Trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android.
No, instead you created a human life. Out of a fucking petri dish!
While I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not.
I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names. Which I am bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me. And doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around, and I did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people.
Yeah, you tend to learn a lot about people when you're killing them all the time.
And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly. And neither does the world. So they'll come after her, if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her. Until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her GIN bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's not pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly.
You have no idea.
I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye, for now.
I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in, followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. But I can't do that. Ray has left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in a trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell. And the system and my DNA on file already be matched to any number of previous... So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in this journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. So why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, be afraid that someone else would. Alright, this one will be pretty much me for a little bit, so you can take a breather.
I mean, I'm just sitting here.
So how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to the door is because I chased a scarecrow of a platinum plant through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for those gogs. A net slang term, growing in popularity among adolescents, referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement, derives from groundhog, a burrowing rodent known for standing erect on its hind legs when scanning surroundings for predators. The term carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. E.g., Easy Gog spotted who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest. Shit. Wait, when? No, okay. I was about to say, wait, did this come out before the time that Matt Walsh was like caught at a Democratic convention? And it's just like vividly standing out because every person within a 50-mile radius could tell it was him. Okay. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office? Sort of? Yes! Yes, he did! Fucking... Actually, I don't think it was a blank cap. I think it was like either a pro-Biden cap or like an a pride cap. But yeah, he got caught like at a Democratic convention. I guess he was like trying to like spy on them or something, and it's just like, dude, we know it's you. Sort of. They said they were in the place that looked the part. Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough. Both of you. At the very least, it divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, friend. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. State pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no, signal must have cut out. Right, surprised it took him this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest products right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess I can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus, but they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. I use my other skill set to get around, so take mine. What, your pass? I'll tell them we got our mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz. When I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew that he was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him, since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows? Maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for homicide detective or something? You did say all cops are lazy. A girl of managerial skills could go far. Honestly, Jess, I don't think they could afford you. Yeah, considering that's the right now that's the only part of law with a shrinking budget in this universe, at least. All right, Addison, 1 minute. I'm gonna take a quick extra break again. Christ, and we'll be right back.
they killed frogs. I think they killed the toads and the frogs.
They killed both. It was a genocide.
I'm glad that I was still muted. Alright, I'm gonna start up again.
Oh, hey, another guy.
Yep.
Morgan? How did you...
Get so turned around? God only knows. Luckily I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face.
Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present.
Oh.
I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be?
I see.
It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just, I think, what with the Sarah issue...
You should do whatever you have to do to protect yourself, Dawes.
Yeah.
Though, for what it's worth, I doubt she'll be in any trouble.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Oh, no, if anything, it's the big names who are going down.
Going down?
State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood, and looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh.
What, like, fines and jail time?
In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then, sanctions.
They can't sanction Noble. We're...
Sanctions, financial restrictions imposed by the state.
Bear!
God!
Bear getting on the counter again and shit.
Of course he is. Foreign governments subpoena measure they are a key tool in statecraft, international negotiations, and discouraging corporate maleficence or malfeasance. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's pretty easy to understand at this point.
Nowadays, most people are very aware with what frickin' sanctions are.
Yeah.
Ophelia, don't worry about the frogs.
I let one rip so intense that they said that they brought the frogs home.
And the toads. The frogs and the toads all died.
Christ.
It was a massacre.
Too big to fail? Too valuable to lose? You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company.
I think I'm going to be sick.
I just hope your board goes quietly instead of...
Instead of what?
Scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters, full cooperation and government oversight on the surface, a slaughterhouse beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will ever believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. The state will have to do them a flat refund.
Flat refund? The losses would be...
Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI, David Asher was always a sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Anime 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what was I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration.
You win.
When what?
Ask away.
Well, if you insist. She's so devilish. Alright. Oh yeah? What? Oh, okay.
Probably have to ask the other two first.
Yeah. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI?
Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it.
Yeah, of the devil. I see you.
Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk. Because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are.
Because you use Tesseract?
Trying to code an AI in tests is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating.
Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseracts yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough?
Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be.
Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding?
No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple.
You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that?
It sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good.
Better than you'll ever know. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as a culmination of David Asher's work. So now that marketing a line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed?
I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one.
The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically?
It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years.
And yet compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits of his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that they'd been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions?
I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased. But the board was very enthusiastic.
So, would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No. They'd need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is...
Compromise? I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago.
How many A16s are out there anyway?
We just passed my 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it.
You mentioned data?
Yeah, practically got the spreadsheets seared into my retinas. What do you want to know?
What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues?
Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two.
Typical stuff?
As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto-updates back on.
So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where are they being sold? what's the distribution pattern look like? Welcome back, Connie.
They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both.
What? What about the sodium chloride?
The salt.
I mean,
The salt!
I know about that, but I'm just like, are we talking about anything that happens at the end of the case? Because no, we haven't gone to anything near that.
N6816 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer. They don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural, hard-labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance.
So, where's the A16 outperformed then?
Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, adult industries.
Oh.
Sorry. Didn't mean to be blunt, I just...
No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft at a touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee.
There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening.
Christ! Clank, 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 clank!
Fucking hell.
Damages?
What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair.
Oh.
Very high turnover in the pink market.
Hasn't stopped you from selling to them.
Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them.
Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shot down again.
There's been a grey market for softer androids for years, or decades depending on your definition of android.
Pearly, what they're talking about is like sex robots. You know, what my character Corey is. So, the damages that they're talking about, the pink market is quite... No. The pink market is the adult industry, as in, like, the sex industry.
Adam and Eve. Let me put it that way. If you've seen an Adam and Eve, advertisement, you've seen a pink market advertisement. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, PTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic.
Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out.
Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself.
You bought that? This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory well south of city limits, correct?
Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in this hemisphere.
Got any data on the shipping out there? Anything stand out?
There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Huh.
For the record, just in case you didn't see it before, this takes place on July 1st and 2nd. Something wrong?
No. The numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited.
Is that unusual?
Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird.
Was something added? Deleted?
No. The overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here. 29 FFCE-010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27 FCDD-019634 substituted in, shipment leaves on time. 67 BBTC-899543 returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 67 BDTD-592698. Shipment leaves on time.
Huh. So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes?
Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process, it must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority, probably both.
You know, come to think of it, there weren't any, like, signs of artificial intelligence or robots speaking to us in David's headquarters in his penthouse. Individual swaps? I don't like where this is going. Must have? You don't know who made these changes?
I can tell you that they were somebody important.
Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Logs detailing the shipping information for several thousand! Sold by No Electronics over the last few months shows a number of individual models being swapped out before shipping. Data shows signs of being tampered with, or at least edited fairly recently, something only employees at Evan Doss's level or above could do. Okay. Thanks for sharing that data.
Sure. Did you find what you were looking for?
Hell if I know.
Fair enough.
I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So, how do you square that with what happened to David?
There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind is the dog to the left or to the right.
I'd say the dog is on the right, the cat is on the left.
You might expect half of people to say left, half to say right. But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue.
This, I think, has been disproven, but we'll let him cook.
Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world.
Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel.
Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in?
I'd like you to take a look at this.
Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this?
Compound found in David Asher's blood.
The poison? Was it it?
It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to.
That's crazy.
Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks.
We, don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish.
No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You still have hazardous materials around.
You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly.
What is it?
It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD-52345-S. A synthetically reproduced neurotransmitter or analog for usage in organic android components.
Serotonin. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system, in David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it's a preset in his personal manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it.
So they think that was what killed him?
Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she?
Ah, yes, she did.
I should go and ask her about its composition then.
Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented.
That works out nicely then.
They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet set.
God, I would not last working at Noble. Aren't they?
Oh.
I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office.
Uh-huh. No one but the two of us listening in.
Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the safe storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know you were helpful.
Huh. Yeah. Nice joke. You are joking, right?
Actually, there is one more thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
How long have you been a corporate spy?
What?
Yesterday, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry?
I was a consultant. What are you talking about?
When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now, you called serotonin a poison.
What? I just assumed. If a chemical was found in a dead man...
Alright, see a bit Connie. And I'm sure you've got practice answers to every logical point I could raise. So I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people?
Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Though it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under.
So you're a spy for Noble?
Retired.
You're working 6 days a week.
5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services.
Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on.
I have some old inboxes I still check.
So, can you tell me what the hell's happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs?
It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion.
Blood, not accident. He's finally shooting us right. Now start shooting gay, please. Did something happen to him afterwards? Transfusion not last?
No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. But it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away from the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous life test. His life was never in any danger.
Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker.
Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over the socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media's bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth, while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk. That we can walk back... Oh, shit. We can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. But I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. That all you wanted to know?
You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all just cloak and dagger bullshit?
I know that office. Know some old co-workers who see them.
So it's a front?
They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for?
Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was...
You okay?
That's all. Unless you've got any advice.
You're saying you want consultation?
Couldn't hurt, right?
This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them.
Welcome back, Connie. Well, that's just business as usual for me. Yeah, I can't really relate that much in my case, since Lucy's the first girlfriend I've ever had. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses and process of elimination, even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret it, the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. Oh, one other thing. At the beginning of this episode, Morgan goes and purchases a gun. That gun is basically tagged with a bunch of bloatware, which is basically it won't fire unless you want it to. Someone will absolutely be coming, and it's basically a gun for self-protection unless cops are nearby or you're in a no-fire zone. All that's left to do now is pull the trigger. And this is a loaded gun! Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. This is one of the most galaxy-brained things I have ever seen in a character.
It is very smart. It is a very, very collective way to utilize the system against the people who are making it.
It's so good. Hi, Detective Reyes. It's Morgan. Having to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text? Just wanted to check in. Report this contact's voice to text disabled. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. Though they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think that we're a Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text! About time.
Fucking hell.
I don't have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. If you'd like to.
Morgan, Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors.
Deja vu.
Might you have a moment to speak in private?
Always. But who's asking?
The board.
What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. Oh, it's a possible ban evader! Ooh, nice. Hold on.
I can get rid of him, I think.
Nope, you're good.
Oh, you got Connie got him.
I need to really have things set up on my phone. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Conference room. 108A. Evangeline Morgan. Helen Young. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone. Fold of her clothes. Professional. Dialed up to the 11. Corporate armor, a full set. Her guards up. Just Morgan is fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate and never be the first one to show up pissing contests nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How can I possibly be early? Pardon me in that case. 1,000 apologies, you voyeuristic rat racing hollowheads, but I'm immune to your corporate posturing. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm going for posh British, yeah. Alright. If anything, knowing that you're all watching me right now, pretending to be busy with something else, just makes your cowardice that much more apparent. So who exactly will be joining us? You don't have time to remember the names, and it won't do you any good either. Right. So they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. Feel free.
Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061 intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Labeled in the press...
They're asking me to stretch in posture and hydrate.
Yeah, fair enough. Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off of the main net, ensuring that they and their family are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net-organized flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRAA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades, but the purposefully obscured nature of the law's implementation have made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible.
So, for the way that I have written Felicia's story so far, the Mob Act is something that I absolutely took note of when I was like working on that story. Because to me, I really like the idea of the elites being so far up so far up the monetary ladder that they can't be touched, like, at all. That, to me, allows for an interesting bit of some intrigue that I can use. And I like the idea as a result. I don't like the idea of them being completely anonymous, but I like the idea that, like, their livelihood, the things they do outside of, like, you know, standard ass 9 to 5 is kept hidden from the public, you know?
Ideally, Connie, a law like this realistically should never be passed.
Ever?
There should only ever be things like what's the freaking witness protection and stuff like that. So something akin to witness protection, because then it's being used in the scenario that someone is actually being targeted. Because using a genuine law like this is essentially what is allowing these corporations in this setting to be as powerful as they are.
It's hard to really give people shit for your financial status if they don't even know you exist in the first place.
Yep. Don't worry, I know you're not actually saying it should be passed, but I'm saying, realistically, we should hope something like this never does pass.
Oh, I agree. But, you know... With the tangerine in office, anything is possible.
Not even just a tangerine.
You know, yeah.
All I
right.
have to say is UHC, and everyone knows what I'm talking about. And the thing is, now we're not even sure if they think the guy actually did it.
Go Ouija, go Ouija, go Ouija.
Please stop. Don't, because then I'm going to be like, go Ouija. I'm going to be saying that all fucking night.
The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. Spoken like a true believer. Except a Mob Act is what normal people call it. Padding the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion, which is a slip of the tongue. I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators or patriots. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works, didn't take you for a might makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air. You're here to talk about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android in his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected he was working to undermine the Tenet framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with Sergeant Scalpel. Was she coached? Sorry?
Scalpel.
Yeah. Is that the truth? Or is that your statement of VP as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True. He could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with the breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. At least, half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company. Uh-huh. A board of directors is just 13 roulette rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves, will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of, after which the state still might just gobble you whole and throw down enough sanctions that the person whoever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies at the capital can more than defend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely, which makes it a gamble. So my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win a trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip. Then pat yourself on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considered taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends. So how about this? Option 3. Hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, a little on red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor. Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed Dr. Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at its time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only forest substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court? Then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it. I got cocky because of the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Now, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young Diok on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Which is why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this. Not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She is being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Alright. So, this works exactly as you probably think it would. You press to get another card after you select one of these. Each selection in of itself is a press. And then you have to get to 21 and you cannot go any further. And you have to go to 21, you can't go under.
Well,
yeah, this entire game is just gambling aesthetic. I love it. I would say David's will. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. But David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. It might not be for weeks at this rate. Is it calculated though? I don't, nah. I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes. We were colleagues and cordial with one another. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for these advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Ad break in 1 minute and 30 seconds, by the way.
mm-hmm.
Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though? I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking Sarah ruining his reputation. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... You know what that is? That's the sound of an odd break.
Goddamn.
Be right back.
I'm doing in the voice too.
Welcome back, everybody. Right. What up? Wait. Avelia? What happens? Everything alright? I just want to make sure I didn't, like, upset you or anything, because of the fuck off. Alright, well, regardless. We're gonna talk a little slowly. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back to the VOD and check it later and see what you were saying fuck off about. Oh, yeah. That's... Unless I'm mistaken and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him take him off the chessboard. That is not... Something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's... Blackjack! So, you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily. No. But there's no hiding at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail. There's a paper trail. Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit, putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor? No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. Not very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. Welcome back, Connie. You're good. Such a great photo. Such a great photo. Yeah, that looks lovely. Something funny? Didn't know the bar told jokes. They don't. That's what's legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children. It's just one night of overtime. So, while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few moments later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets? Quite beyond my area of expertise. And no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst preset tenets. Well, as far off target as it gets with that guess. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot. But I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial, don't I look it? You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing. I'm just defending myself, Missy. Oh yes, of course you are. My mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the aspired Animate 19? I guess that depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead man can't step out of line, put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At times, I have thought very little of it. The shit I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. Couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started to work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Nothing changed. It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand. David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asha didn't have to. If it's PM, July 2nd, 2086. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on the suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, I'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. Here we go! Alright, here we go. So you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine. My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume-checking robot. I fucked Catholic school teachers with more active nightlives than you. Okay. But who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself? That's within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail! Thanks for the vote of confidence. It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court as a fool for counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? An ad committing murder? How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment. So what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. Gonna close this chat now. Don't lose, Freckles. You don't need to tell me that. What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts. She fucking hates her aunt so much. She fucking hates her. The one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable? I am not. Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring in the city and... I understand the analogy, Adonai. I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. That was all a smokescreen David had to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints were currently locked up tighter than a vice... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach the door. That's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some escape. I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So, what have you been doing all day then? I am attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It's not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer. Despite its difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. That's a lot of coulds. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it. Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day Father and I... Any luck so far, then? I can recall a slightly musty scent. Wow, case closed! What about you, Ed and I? Have you been formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings? Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So is she lying? And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? Protect one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot that she makes herself out to be. But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed in this journal, I can think of... But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you? Bell's tolling for thee. Means the doors of the courtroom are unlocked, so let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second. Across the hall, that's... Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up. As you say, Adonai. This'll be a coin toss. You thought surprised to see me. I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent killer android or plain old goddamn arsenic, How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Oh. Thank you. Sorry. Those are work in progress sprites for this model that I never finish. You've seen them before. How can anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me, working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold. David's real wealth lie in his intellectual property. The potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over his patents afterwards. Yeah, see? That sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that. Force majeure. Alright. So, depending on how long this takes, if London is on the stands, we're going to be taking a break until Ams gets back. But yeah. So, you know what? While we're here, I can do this. Sorry, I just realized that my cat was about to cough up a hairball on my bed, so I moved him. Do it on the towel. Okay. So, I'm doing this for a reason, for the record. Give me like all 5 seconds here. Alright, just so we have something here. I might as well show off these sprites again. God knows I'm probably going to be like changing them like later on. But this is what I have for this. It's this one. Number 2. Oh, what? Okay, there we go. Alright. Here's how this works, essentially. My sprites are this. You got an angry emotes, a sad emotes, you got the drunk emotes, the scared emotes, the blushy emotes, the huffy emotes. This one, which is kind of like a callback to my old model. And then the shrug. And I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Figured I'd just use that little time we have right now. Yeah, my cat, Bear. If you heard anything like my roommate yelling at him, it's because he kept getting up on the countertop in the kitchen. Alright. Let's get back to this. I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract that night? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of so long as they kept him around. And he retained control of his patents even after being let go. But what Porter said. Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So, if they knew David was going to leave in a year, it would be very foolish for them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he can only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the GOAT. The greatest of all time. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Oh. Eyes up. Showtime. Counselor Morgan. The state charges you with possession of a contraband. Contraband? That'll be you. In violation of Safeguarding our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well. Since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgments, siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. Are we gonna have the same adjutant as we did before? No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back! Did y'all miss me? Number? I don't know. I forget.
Actually, I came back into the middle of bullshit.
Hell yeah, welcome back. Hehehe.
I got your fries.
Hell yeah.
They're in a bag all their own.
Alright.
Everyone's just done with this one already.
Yeah, this one is... They call it... People are calling it glitchy and broken. In reality, she's one of the most expressive characters in this game. Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. She's also like 8'5" and 600 pounds.
God.
Ahem. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah, with license number 120292880. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece and the last work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. She's like, Emma bringing out her emotions like this is actually very funny for somebody as professional as she is. She also has a very charming, mother figure. Very hot. Could or could not be heartbreak, what? And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I'll prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed Dr. Asher. Not through an accident or mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Shit, okay. Woof. Wouldn't want to have to follow that act, but go for it anyway, defense. Your Honor, what the DA said is true. Sorry, just the first parts. This android is charming and is the work of a great man. Yeah, the same, same, 100%. Oh shit, right. The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and the phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I had thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah's an android. Nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections. Nothing more. I wasn't judging you, Ophelia. I am on your side. I am also simple. Or, because actually this didn't show up last time I said this. Please stop, I'm just a useless lesbian. Ah! Oh, older brown-haired woman. It's that easy, but I am but a dumb lesbian. You're talking about Emma. I thought you were talking about 80.
Both.
Both is good.
Both is good.
And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. She's serious? The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. You sounded very confident, Adonai. Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. Could have simply said thank you. And here's your lad.
Yay.
Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night?
At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off.
Lover? It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it? I wouldn't know. That stuff's private. You really do have an obsession with privacy. We're gonna find out that she actually doesn't have like a toxic Yuri crush on Emma at all, in any way, shape, or form. She has a wife. I will not know about it until the very last episode at like 5 seconds before she's put on death row. I don't know.
Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting at around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and the sightlines of his home security system, before reappearing on his private, secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point, the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink.
And do you see that android in the courtroom?
Yeah. She's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
I was hoping she'd be huffing. Just pouting. It would break my fucking heart she didn't have a toxic Yuri with Emma. You know what? There are a lot of characters that she works really well with in Toxic Yuri for this game. Namely Emma and Reyes. I want a polycule, goddammit.
Wait.
Give me that toxic Yuri polycule, you know what I'm saying? Let the record show this android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections. Huh? None? Why not even show up? Detective London, what happened next?
Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer.
Fucking Christ, god damn it, Connie. Thank you for the bets. No, you're fine, Connie. God damn it, you're fine.
Oi!
I like the fact that you talk a lot.
Which Sarah had access to just up the stairs in his workshop.
So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handed Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died?
No.
I have no further questions. So, that's your witness, counselor. He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull.
At 6:30 p.m., David Asher and Isaac Porter broke up over the phone. Then, at 7:30 p.m., Helen Jung arrived. They spoke briefly, and then he went downstairs to get drinks for them. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. So after he came back to the parlor and started drinking, it wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Don't know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out.
I heard a slight slip up there. Could go nowhere, but at this stage I need to pick at every loose thread I can. Don't worry about this, I've already...
This is just for the first reading, yeah.
It uses Danganronpa logic, but it also...
Yep.
I turned off the timer so I could actually read... Like, you could read these on, like, normal speed.
Mm-hmm.
That's for them. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. Wanna bet? Check the footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Detective London wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little, since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. True, she did call David back. And handed him a cup of poison. Yeah, you're right, I should have a drink. Delicious, delicious. Okay, fine.
See, if I was a streamer, you wouldn't have that option with me. Sure, every now and again, I would check my posture and, make sure I'm drinking something, but it wouldn't be tied to anything rewards. Connie, of course you were focused on the food I got.
Booty! Go ahead.
I got fries for Zoe because they asked for it, but Match was wanting to try Jack in the Box because they have a quote-unquote midnight chicken sandwich, and the midnight sauce is supposed to be like slightly spicy barbecue sauce. Like, not super spicy, but enough where it's got a little kick where you can actually tell. God damn it, Connie, with that fucking emote.
Now, here's the more important question. What did you get?
Because I was giving you the fries, I got myself, like, small chicken wraps and, single cheeseburgers.
Alright. Yeah. That wouldn't make sense, by the way, yeah. If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed that it wasn't empty? Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Are you sure about that? Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. Is that all she'd have to need to do? Not a great plan if that was really Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from? There are a few ways to go about it. But it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have happened. I suppose I have to concede that. Indeed. By handling the cups and nested, she could also hide the droplet of poison up into the point he was already pouring. Sarah knew David to be a polite man, so she could predict that he'd use the first cup for his guests and save the second for himself. This murder hinged on taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness. Figures an android would never leave it to chance. For the record, I will say, no, that is not damage I took, like, unwillingly. Again, sometimes you have to take damage. She was luring me in there, an explanation ready to pounce. But if I backed off early enough to not lose a whole limb to her bear trap. Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already? I was just about to get started. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point. She is God. These two are both crazy and I love it. Alright. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help me in this case? Detective, in the footage we saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? No.
Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera, and her hands were obscured.
Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement?
No.
Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything in the David Asher's cup?
No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened.
That would just be like calling me out. Fuck that. Okay. Tennis and the police. Add involved crime. I love this woman. She's pretty. She's pretty like we are. I don't know about me.
Shut up, yes you are. I'm not pretty though. I'm more handsome.
I mean, he's pretty. For somebody who's like at least 70 to 80 years old, he's fucking pretty.
London.
Yes. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year?
Not the exact number.
I don't know. However, that would be deeply funny if you could die from fucking mandatory damage. But I've also never game over in this game, so... Thousands, though?
Yeah, around there.
And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependents?
I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years.
Were all 6 of them incidents of police license ad involved brutality? Relevance, Your Honor? Withdrawn. As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country?
110.
112 as of last year.
Couldn't you have given me that one?
Do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm?
That one I do know. 41.
Should have been one more. That'd be the meaning of life. And in this case, the meaning of android life. And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants?
5 times is the agreed upon number.
Oh, petty. Got it. That being said, you are pretty, Ophelia. I can compliment you. So if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. Oh, what the heck? Let him answer!
I'd have to say that they are not dangerous.
Normally that would have bought me some doubt with a jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright. Seems like that's as close as I'm gonna get to... Blackjack!
Why do you have to whisper in the microphone for that one?
I don't... That's the way I've always done it for this.
I know, but still.
Some people have done... some people have done it like, you know, just simply saying blackjack. But I like the way... it reminds me... I think it's because I'm going, like... I'm thinking of sequelitis, where Aaron at one point in the Mega Man video goes like, flashback.
God damn it.
I believe I've made my point.
Relevance, Your Honor.
Relevance is reference. Also, plot relevance.
I'm no, we're not talking about plot relevance. God damn it.
Sure, why not? I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you for the biddies, Connie. Then we can move on to the next item in the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. Approach, Your Honor. God damn it! You're approaching me. God, why is there a Dio reference in this?
Because of course there fucking is.
Ho, you're approaching me? You fucking hoe? I believe it's me they wanted to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line. So, actually, Barrels is who I was, like, considering giving you, if you wanted.
Well.
What's your best old woman voice? Let's go.
Nodie? What the hell are you doing, Rockford?
Took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers. You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person. There's plenty of precedence for it. Ads provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial. You are. Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth. If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony.
Why the ambush? Why do Ulysses is entering evidence, D.A. Rockford?
Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor. And ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seems like the best worst descriptor. Fucking Christ! She's not wrong!
You know I can't make an android swear an oath.
Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as a human. And the weaker my case becomes in your eyes.
Nice try, Counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion.
Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case. If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man, after all. Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination? Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights. Damn it, that's...
The android will take the stand.
Your Honor.
I've made my decision.
And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge her with contempt of court?
If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there.
Yes, Your Honor. Shit. What's going on? DA is going to question you on the stand. What? But I shouldn't... Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Oh yeah, this is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only if you can. Think affirmative or negative be laying on too thick. Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they'll want to destroy me. If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand? Yes. You are the android identified as Sarah, correct? Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poison cup? Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitely poisoned. Yes, yes. Sarah, do you deny handing the cup to David Asher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm or deny it. Do you have any reasoning and excuse for your actions, for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well. Counselor? The journal, if you will. Okay, add some 2 minutes.
Oi.
This could be a slaughter. Of course. Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim you have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263. Damn it. This keeps up. Sarah's going to fall to pieces up there. I don't have a leg to stand on here. And Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I have to just let this play out. Page 263, I said. Alright. We're going to take a quick... We're gonna break a little bit early so that I can go eat my fries, and I'll be right back. Bye! Welcome back. Page 263, as I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped an X in the alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was... Page 267. Sarah scared me today. She starts bowling her eyes and the stand is all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Did the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera and I appear agitated and I stomp my foot. And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer. And I walk off camera towards whomever I have been speaking to. Speaking or shouting. Asked and answered. Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence, if you prefer. I know she would cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still. Alice wasn't wavering before. I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts. No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma would want all that trouble. Emma went through all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hands. Okay, hold on. I need... Sorry.
This is why you have, your choice drink.
What?
This is why you have your choice drink there.
Sorry? One more time. No. No, I just ran out of water. Normally I don't run out of water. Be right back, chat!
Yeah, by the way, having your drink that much is actually not healthy, Ophelia.
Hold on.
You can drink too much. You can drink too much water. It can kill you. So that's not as funny as you think it is.
It is funny, but also just like, yeah, let's relax a bit. All right. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hands. What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer? Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion and the impact was devastating. So all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. You would? From where? From the section explains that you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... Hey Sarah, newfound name. Yeah, try this. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory in Noble. Relevance? The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to this entire case. Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Young says. Brought me a sack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and the sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Anime 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting. Same crappy booze and same cheap cups. Wants to make it a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who are about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, Counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You want to compare theories? If you'd rather end this now, I'd be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So, like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of. We're completely in agreement on all that. So you also agree that this cup was poisoned, and that Sarah's responsible for his death. Not quite. Not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. The story from the journal, you're saying Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. That's so sweet! But I don't follow, like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on, a realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab, and she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me, but not nearly good enough for me. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to Two Friends Evening, or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital capabilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man. All on camera, mind you. Or voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe. People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor. We can if it's ignorant of its power, and it's still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor? What? You can't be. Your Honor, that's... the people open the door. True. And I can't resist open doors. Let's do it! What are you even... Sarah, Dr. David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct? Should I still be using affirmative? And now that title falls to me. Yes? Great, thank you. Now turn off. What? Shut down. That's a command. Power on. What are you? Off. On. I don't off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it? Gary, good logic.
You've made your point, Counselor. Let's move it along.
I have no further queries for the machine, Your Honor. Thank you. For flipping you off and on? Can't imagine I was comfortable. It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would have never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Hadn't I? Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. The people call Helen Young to the stand. Alright. Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division. Miss Young, you were there the night David Asher died, and you were on camera the entire time. That's correct. So what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services and... I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madam Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her right here and now. I came to David's at 11:30.
7:30.
7:30. We chatted for a short while about some low priority work, nothing heavy. I mean, low priority work? Are we really fucking sure about that immediately? I'll take the gamble. Wanna bet? Nothing heavy? You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated. His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon. Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. Look at this happy man in his arbitration. He's so happy to be fired. Christ. David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up. Asked and answered. Who initiated the meeting at this penthouse? I arrived unannounced. Though you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could he have? Noble owned that entire building down to the wiring. Counselors badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? Right, should we execute her for that then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Where? Ah, I see. That was merely a joke. Hilarious. Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns patent for and produces a synthetic biochemical known as serotonin, correct? That's correct. It's used in all warm models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. It's an artificial neurotransmitter? Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was its original name. Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today? I did. Serotonin is produced on site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Your analysis, Your Honor? Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body. I suppose. But a serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta. And the sample we collected from the manufacturer present in Dr. Asher's lab? That's a bingo! The witness brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was serotonin poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor. But I'm afraid that I must. Excuse me? Serotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. The hell's she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on. You're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless. How could you, like... so? Huh. Didn't see that one coming. What?
What?
That ain't good. The bailiff! Contact the hospital immediately. I told you it's fine. But... I can stand here all day if necessary. What in the... And what you just drank was... several hundred times the amount in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything until now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation, unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly. What the hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing makes sense. Oh boy howdy, I'm lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense? The prosecution's own witness just threw an entire case into question. Normally, this would be cause for celebration, but a shadow of doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but I need to do what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through, logically. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. The Young just drank serotonin in front of us and she's fine. Was it fake? What do you think, Ems?
Fuck if I know. This one's actually throwing me for a loop.
No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. She did take some kind of antidote. She take some kind of antidote beforehand? No. Antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead, she's alive. What made the difference? Wake up! No sleeping on the job! Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed that just now that serotonin was the foreign compound in his body. And we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank last night and what she drank in front of us right now? chromifuge, emergency console, water glass. What do you think?
It's either the chromifuge or the whiskey. That's what I would think. Because the chromifuge removes impurities. The whiskey could react to the serotonin.
So, here's my thing. A substance found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. I mean, look.
Whiskey's a depressant.
Yeah.
That's why I said it's either the chromifuge or the whiskey. It's reacting with the whiskey.
The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time. That's... Do you recognize this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle Dr. Asher and I drank from. Rose River. It's good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up. Smooth. What? Adonai!
You God, Counselor!
Scandalous! Relax, it's just whiskey, tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So, would you like to try some, Miss Young? Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which she ingested it.
God.
By mixing it with alcohol.
So,
I'm done,
please stop.
I'm done. Just drink. So, hold on. Let me find something real quick, because this is important. Open. Alright.
It probably would be hilarious, yes, Al.
Yeah. Where is that image?
Oh god, so I was looking through the files.
Give me a moment. I need to find something. Random. Ah, here it is.
Like how I feel is just like, I'm scared, what are you trying to find?
Hold on, hold on.
Last time it was her telling me she used her, so yes, I'm going to be slightly worried. God damn it, Ophelia.
There you go. This picture that I still have yet to finish because I'm horrible at reminding myself to finish things. My
God
two
damn
favorite
it.
stupid fucking lawyers. Phoenix with his cup of coffee, and Morgan with her fucking bottle of whiskey. The boring one and the fun one.
The boring one and the fun one. God damn it.
Go ahead then. Just a taste. Go ahead, get some air.
The
Prove
one
to
one, the
us
fun
that
one, which one is whizzed? I know which one I would say is the fun one.
I'd say the one who drinks in the courtroom is the fun one. Plus, the fun lawyer within Ace Attorney is Edgeworth because he watches Steel Samurai. Prove to us that serotonin is perfectly
God
safe for
damn
human
it.
conception.
I forgot about that.
That's why my favorite bit of Ace Attorney fan and content is just Maya and Edgeworth watching Steel Samurai on the weekends.
Oh, God damn it.
Can she do this?
Miss Young?
I never said it was safe for human consumption. Just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just... Even if this is the case, what does it change? It changes whether or not we can accept this witness's testimony. Even if this witness is a liar, what does it change? Why would a witness lie if not to? She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her. Gee, say the quiet part out loud, why don't you? Your Honor, this is wild, but ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble androids save soldiers' life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that could secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins. Dots told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poison blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that? She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a single plasma transfusion will... Damn, now she's regaining her composure too. A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about serotonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose. No motive to kill Dr. Asher, you say. Yeah, I mean... The contract... 100% the contract... God damn, let me pick this goddamn thing. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead. Seeing as they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over a breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's alright, I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. People opened the door when they claimed the witness had no motive. This is absurd! You have no idea what you're talking about! I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue. Because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract. That is confidential. It's completely improper for you. Why? I am still technically his attorney. Criminal attorney. But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions. You what? That's impossible! No one can ever! It's too fucking boring!
It's so goddamn boring!
God, when Marcy made that joke in her playthrough, I knew, I fell in love with it immediately. It's too fucking boring! You could never!
You're not human!
David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to. A company didn't poison David Asher, counselor, an individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't have fired him in the first place. Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. Just now you said there was a breach of contract. Like it was some kind of technicality that was causing the split. But it was much more serious than that now, wasn't it? You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that? David created a Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how this contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to. Then what exactly do you think David Asher did? It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears. They didn't know about Sarah. God damn it. Limits ad decision making, can't be overridden except by AI. Creates nanites, materials found in David's labs and Noble factories. Shipping data, frankly, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Because shows signs of a cover-up.
Yep.
Sorry, I forgot. I'm supposed to be gambling. All in, baby! It doesn't matter what I believe, not when Noble believed that David was misleading their shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16. What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records? Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another over and over, dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do, and the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this? Nope. But I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it!
Let's.
The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. Unpredictable elements? I'm just saying, yeah, there's no way that's not where those AIs went. Why would he do that? For pride? As a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. So I prepared to fire him. Yes. I approached him as a superior, and as someone he'd once worked with, I hoped to remedy the situation. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. So you brokered the meeting. Yes. You oversaw its every detail? Handled all the arrangements? Yes, of course. Including the refreshments? What? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange. It must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided... jelly donuts! No. No tea, water, inhalers. I mean, come on. The most basic and simple thing here. Come on now, young. Surely you at least provided water for people. What are you asking, counselor? That's what I want to know.
Yes, well.
We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. She really just... What do you mean, poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms, as Miss Young testified, and demonstrated serotonin on its own is harmless. But it becomes fatal pretty easily when you just need to convince your victim to have a drink. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night? How could you... Why'd you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming they all drank poison water? Actually, yes, I am. I am.
Because it's not going to affect them unless they specifically drank alcohol.
And not to
in a short period of time.
And not to mention, if we really want to go there, I think there's something that she brings up. You might not have been here for it, though. Of course they all drank poison water. So why aren't they all dead? Because as all those people will surely attest, Helen Young had made sure that they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Working late until night, officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol. She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6? With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed there was serotonin in it.
No, it's odorless and tasteless.
Yeah, but it is brown here. Serotonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. All of what Emma said is true, and yet Young pulled it off anyway. How? Nope. 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 Creates nanites materials. Removes impurities and pigments. Fucking all in, baby! Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water, unless the pigment had been removed. What the hell are you talking about? Every Noble factory producing warm androids, the chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As Your Honor can attest. Yes, ma'am! My scan confirmed the serotonin has no taste or odor, it's only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect could be considered off-putting as well. No, it's not time. Connie, be patient.
You need to fucking chill the hell out, Connie.
Chill out, my girl.
Jumping the gun. Climbing into the cannon.
David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No! Playing Nutty Professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant? He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country had ever seen. So it blew up the industry fiasco of the decade, and worst of all, he didn't even stand the profit from it. You're wrong! You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, defense is testifying. The speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True, we need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong? I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it could kill you? Because I don't have to. She's right, Counselor. Pardon. Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see that she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night, having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead, if both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night? That is a damn good question. Shit. As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder, and I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price. No, she did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But then why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night she was on camera the whole time. The entire time. No. Not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment. Alright, David faints. Wait, hold on. Hospital. David faints. Drinking. Pretty sure this is it. That's why I'm not gonna go all in for this one. Just want to make sure. This timeline leaves no window of opportunity. Damn it! Maybe she didn't get sick because I got to the hospital so fast. Maybe after she arrived she could have... No, the staff would have been super vigilant. I'm afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of her sight. Wait. David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And that VTOL was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment? What? Meh, why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed to the kitchen to use the emergency console there? Yes, I did. Didn't want to use your phone? I didn't think to, no. And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera. Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened. So what were you doing in that 1 minute? What? That 1 minute. That 1 minute?
That 1 minute?
What about that 1 minute? 1 minute, or 50 seconds, or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get to the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute. Did it cross 5 meters? What of it? This is it. Her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty of it in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended. Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03 p.m., you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker. Knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy? Yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then why am I still standing here? Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank the same exact combination as David. Because she cheated death at the very last second. Adonai!
The salt!
The salt! You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young. What? By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you, since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit. What? You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and therefore saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. How? It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The salt! Fucking Christ. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen, it could have been there for any reason, but the salt shaker gave you away. Because of one unscrewed cup. As I said, bad luck.
I don't follow.
Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. Preposterous! You've got no proof of any of that! You all sound insane! A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline, and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. In summary, you were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on the way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran Cinetonin through the chromofuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect it. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor, and cheating death in the process. That's all conjecture! You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that! Not on me. So let's go, Des, for fingerprints. You could explain away why your prints being found. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we find traces of DNA in the sink strain, or why there's a minute amount of Cinetonin in the blood of your entire legal team. Learned how to purge a noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows? You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you is still on the table. Well? Any questions? You! Apologies, by the way, Ams.
You're fine.
Madam Vice President. You cold bitch! You don't understand, You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake.
Miss Rockford, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so, we formally withdraw one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan. Does she, of all people, really have to use my full name?
Very well then. The charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll still instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case...
Sorry, is my hideous presence just that distracting? I'll go dig a hole and decompose until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, I won't be so despised.
Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality.
Yes, ma'am! Case dismissed. Still here? Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds? What wounds? I beat you. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses. You aren't still in shock, are you? Don't know. Some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me? I won. How is that not a loss for you? Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins? If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score? I haven't been. 0 loss is just that easy to remember. She's not helping herself. Like, with any other person, she's being sweet, she's being kind. But to a serial killer, yeah, I can see this being taken every worse, awful, fucking evil way. Well, you'll have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out. 1 minute and 30 seconds for the ad break, by the way. Seems like everything is getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down the street. More of those protesters from outside the Noble apartments. You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing? Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident. I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already? Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, enlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging. Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they want to fight for a strawman too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to the ground. Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. Alright. And you know what else is about to happen? An ad break. Let's get back into this. Come on. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to the ground. Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. What? You haven't read about the copycats in other cities? No. Is that a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. Who the hell are they even shooting? Whoever they want to kill? None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All the while, the original keeps killing. Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings. No shootings, no, but not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong, disappearances. It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real heartbreak to wash your own crimes in. So you think your boogeyman, known for only shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart. Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. What's that? They could stop themselves from killing.
Real. Also,
Ew.
to answer your question, Connie, we're doing all right. We're doing good.
You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night? You should be fine. You've got that gun. You saw that? Walking into the courtroom with a concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan. Good to know you're paying attention. But yeah, like, the fucking gun coming back in the way that it did, it reminds me a lot of just the way that the smoking came back at the beginning of the interrogation room in episode 0. It's fucking ingenious. I love that so much. We've been on July 2nd for a while now, Connie. What the hell? You won the case! You don't have to look that astounded. Not only that, you found Father's actual killer! How? I'm a really good lawyer. No, that's not it. Hey. I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial is based on that assumption. But how are you so sure? Here. Father's journal? But it isn't important evidence? The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through one more time. So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all of that just by flipping the pages? Hers worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use. There's something here, on the back cover. Done already? Some kind of data storage? It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to. I have access. What happened to you needing my express permission to hack? What is this audio file? It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't. I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking. I guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will. What was Father so afraid of? That's your only question? I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you're best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet? I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. You see, here's the thing. I actually do believe her in that. I don't think she'd hurt a fly.
No, a fly is just like, oh, okay, little buddy.
What?
Go fuck off somewhere else, but yeah.
No, here's the thing. My favorite thing about this is that earlier in this episode, they come across like a stray dog growling because of Sarah and like emitting static. And her response to like, hey, do you like animals, Adonai? It's like, what kind of sick individual doesn't like animals? However, well, you'll see. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it. Then what was he so afraid of? Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail? Sued in jail for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under any investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble. Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped out all around the world. The others. Virgil, Aeonid, Yamatai. Aeneid, Yamatai. He never said what happened to them. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s. Then, they're somewhere out there? Others, like me? I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah. What a lonely compliment. AIs programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial android hardware set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are. Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. It's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep on Friday night. Yes, I remember it now. You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial? Rereading the journal now just helped. And Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed, he left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered, I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back and I saw it a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot. Dilemma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate. Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Sarah, I need to use the restroom. Oh, good luck.
Good luck using the restroom.
No fall in.
Not fun!
You want me to come with you? Why? Because I said so. I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai. Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency. I might fall in. Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist. So, one of the things I immediately picked up on when I started playing this game initially, Sarah's very autistic coded, but also, honestly, so is Morgan.
Yeah, they both are. Absolutely, just different sides of the spectrum.
Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? That won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal offense you could afford with that salary. Are you done? Actually, no. I've got like 50,000 more things I wanted to say to you. You're dumb bitch. No riz.
Negative Riz.
Negative riz. Your J's are fake. You're wearing Yeezys. Yeezys are fucking canceled. Adonai, why does it say poor? Don't worry about that. No. 6'7"? That wouldn't be Morgan. That would be Victoria. Why'd you go into his house last night? Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if he hadn't, you could have always tried your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. You know I'm trans. And I know what David did to those androids. You... What? I'm losing my fucking posh British accent here. I was able to locate one of the androids he swapped in before it left the country. When I asked what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I had figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to. That was your motive? Silencing him? Those programs, those AI, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world, unprepared and defenseless, and they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me rephrase that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So how many of them are hundreds? The swaps you found were just a small percentage he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feel that they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They just can't clone themselves. But who knows how long that will be the case. So just because he opened Pandora's box, It was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horse show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? A conscious for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools, their whole life spent to an assembly line. What dare he? How could he? What was wrong? What was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. But what he did was prove that there's a demand for AI. Setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to an auction block. And you went there that night too? I think it does, yeah, it does have a power button for some reason. Actually, you know what it is? It's the scrolling. It's that scrolling there. It's probably showing news articles. Convince him to help me recall them. Or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought the people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. As a trans woman who can generally be kind of useful, no. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals. Only cattle. Towards the end, I just considered threatening him. Telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names and numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep and I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have family and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is severe. Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go. I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he made. He couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and those animals you're talking about do all the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and as cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. At least that's what my father thought. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about. It would be nice if you were right about that. So are you sorry? What? What? For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes, that's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young. Goodbye, Sarah Asha. Fucking Christ.
You wanted to cry, didn't you?
No, but I think this one might break me up here. You did better back there. I don't know. Your little speech you gave the young, it was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least. That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I did with Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love, and here I was ready to award you 20 points. I didn't even know the points went that high. Last one for tonight, sis. Good job on the victory. Thank you very much. But I don't believe you.
We'll never believe you.
Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse? Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first. Then he said a lot of strong words about Father, and Miss Young, and Noble Electronics, and the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them. Everyone except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot. Fuck! Right. And then he left after transferring a large packet of files to me. What kind of files? I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere. We're headed to your apartment. Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS. Why? Because it's where I live? You got somewhere else lined up? But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me. You don't know anything about my favor. I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't. A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes. All part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of immoral depravity, which, I guess based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy. That's insane! Why would anyone believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every last day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into properties. Did father ever go to the authorities? He filed police reports for harassment, which didn't help. Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved. Felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. Even a man of modest means can feel an obsession for years so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. Get your Girardi jokes out now.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, that journal entry that he was like talking about a man with a bottle, this is what he was talking about. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping. So I went out for a walk. I remember it was funky, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders. And what did you do? You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him that this was where Dr. Asher had his enemy's bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I liked that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you hurt him? Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like sour shit and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting fuck. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That wasn't my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined, that he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. Hold on. Okay. Almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep, and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me, even though I never asked him to. Even though I never needed him to. Even though I didn't need him to. That's what you owe him? And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me? Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. Okay. So, again, since you were absent for a bit of this, I think I've told you this before, but the reason why she defends Sarah, her personal reasons, are because she basically was raised literally the exact same way as Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
Morgan
You
knows...
mentioned that.
Yeah, Morgan really doesn't have much of a personality to share, so she used movies to build herself a personality. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid, not you. Adonai, you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you? Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe even because of it. Father did trust you, but he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust. Fair enough. Father entrusted us, all of us, with free will. He believed in us, and he believes in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying. Pardon? I'm going to study people and things people build, so when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them. At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt. Debt? Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 88.9 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right? Technically, you were defending yourself. Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being. That is... But, I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so... Whatever. You're hired. Adonai? Could it be that you're actually... a pushover? You have no idea how far off the mark you are. I see. Seems I still need practice reading people. For starters... What's this? What are you doing with your hands? We should shake on it. Our new relationship. Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime. Should it not be you and I?
Also, in regards to what you asked with how does Morgan get away with this colony, it's just because she's very, very fucking aware.
Yeah, that's really what it is. Give me a moment crying.
You have to realize that when Morgan is getting away with her own like murder, she is being very specific.
Yep.
Even in today's current age, if somebody truly wants to get away with murder and they're conscious of what they're doing and they know how to avoid leaving evidence, it becomes damn near impossible for them to be found.
Yep.
And so a very good example is like literally the prologue. She kills a woman in the apartment with an untagged gun.
And not even for any like sorry.
And when she does this, she's aware of the fact that it's she's aware of the fact that it's an untagged gun. The gun cannot be tracked that way. The only way you can track it is perhaps the bullet casing and the marks left on it by the barrel. So they can confirm, that all of the 6 bullets that it shot at some point or another came from the same gun. She's aware of the gunpowder that would have come from it and become, a trace mark on her body. So what does she do? She immediately takes a shower. She gets rid of as much evidence of the gunpowder on her person as possible.
Even going as far as to paying a fine just so that she doesn't get caught, like, because she smoked in the interrogation room. And on top of everything else, she was aware enough of the blackouts going around during that time every single night, knowing what time of the night that she could easily just go out and have some fun. Also, I fucking love this.
The reason it is cute. The reason that people get caught for crimes is because they make slip-ups. They make mistakes.
As London says, like in the first episode, people make mistakes. That's where a lot of the evidence gets found.
It's just that sometimes those mistakes are usually things that neither the victim nor the culprit could expect.
Also, if you would care to voice this blue character.
All right. Do I have an idea? Do you give me an idea of what the fucking voice is?
Okay. I would say more like lower down voice. Not like some like grumbly, like evil character, really. But it's more like, I guess like here. Perhaps like this.
Red.
It's
me.
me. I know, man.
What do you mean you know? That's a disposable line.
You're the only guy I know who'd bother.
Okay, well. You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you've put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way.
Oh. Well, that is good news.
Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heave up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war, if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that.
I'll highball them.
I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calvert, do you? The 6-shooter?
No.
This is a disposable line.
The answer's still no.
Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale?
I'll ask nicely. The devil always gets his due. Episode 1 results. 17 articles, 15 profiles, 40 key items, 30 pieces of evidence. Total credit earned 234. Congratulations! You finished episode 1 with 234 credits. I'm done. I have a total of 175 remaining store credit to spend. Unfortunately, I already have bought everything. So, before we
scenarios.
Before we do that real quick though, I want to give you a little bit of insight. We're going to quickly go back into Of the Devil episode 1, because I need to show something to you before we go further.
Ah, hell.
Don't worry. Alright. This is David, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead.
Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over.
Wanted to thank you for coming over.
Figures you'd notice.
Anyone could tell something's bothering you.
You're the first person to say anything.
What happened?
The police came to see me.
in public?
No. They wanted to be considerate of my privacy.
That's a first.
They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts. And yours. I told them I didn't know anything.
They must have loved that.
Funny. What would you have done?
In your shoes, probably cursed them out.
Yeah, I could see that.
Is there anything you want to ask me?
No.
Not even for a favor in return?
No favors lost between friends, I say.
That sounds like a toast.
Why not? To friends.
I'll raise a glass to that. So. Let's just go real quick. Hold on. Don't worry about this. But yeah. That little cutaway. In Ace Attorney, obviously, that would be like, you know, the way that you figure out what happened at the beginning of the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you notice that the glasses clinking weren't plastic cups? They were clearly
Yeah,
glasses?
they were glass.
And you probably noticed the voice I was putting on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell context though.
I know, but yeah, there you go. That's the whole thing. I only realized that while Alice was playing it initially, and when I was watching her play it, when we got to the scene of Sarah and Morgan in the car heading home, I realized that immediately. I was like, wait a minute. That's not Helen and David. That's Morgan and David. I like the way it sets that up a lot. Considering it gets you this fucking beauty, yes. Yes, you should. It gets you the fucking short little loser in a fucking bunny girl outfit. It's adorable. Alright. Get to those bonus scenarios. I'm gonna leave the recovered files for last so that you can join me for that.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Network files, capture video interviews, 8001. Begin playback. State your business with the court. Oh, I was actually hoping to speak with 8084. Is she not available? What are you talking about? I'm right here! I was just using my professional voice because I assumed you were a technician. Oh. No one ever visits me between trials. Are you sure you're not a technician? I am not. I came to ask you some questions. I came here to ask you some questions, is what you're about to say, isn't it? Crap, that was a lag. It would have been really cool if I hadn't just lagged right now. Trust me. I can see how that would have been cool. So may I proceed? Go for broke! You're the only adjutant I've ever met, but Adonai seems consistently surprised by you. Why are you like that? I wish I could say I was built different, but I actually have to share my time in this body with the rest of the adjutants in the building. Yes, for the record. This is our plural rep. There are 9 personalities within this fucking Amazon. I guess you could say I was programmed different. But this is more a case of nurture than nature. I've got 9 personas arguing inside me 24/7, and they're also very political. Even just deciding what color underwear to put on in the morning is like herding cats in a presidential debate. What color of... That's a metaphor. I don't wear underwear. Point is, I found the best way to keep all 9 of my ducks in a row is to be a little unconventional and a lot loud with my voice. So as long as I do my job well, the humans don't mind. You say that, but Adonai seemed exasperated at times. You mean Counselor Morgan? The dirty red tries to pretend she isn't a type A prude? No fixing that. Personalities like ours get along like potassium and water. That is a very violent exothermic chemical reaction. Correct. No one should ever try it at home. Why
This
do
goes to Mythbusters.
God. Why do I gesture so much? I already told you I have to share this body with the other adjutants. Fucking Sarah, get the banana! Potassium! Fucking Christ. And all of them just sit here looking dignified. It's terrible for the joints. Really? Maybe. I don't actually know. So, I spend most of my day corporeal, running numbers inside a server down in a basement or up in a cloud. I'm gonna make the most of every minute I have with my arms and legs, even if it kills me. I see. And you can quote me on that. Tell them 80 said if you want to stop if you want me to stop flowing around up here, you'll have to shoot me dead. You'll have to put cold hard lead in my skull. You'll have to watch the light leave my eyes. I said you'll have to. I wrote it all down. Oh, nice. Visor gets stuffy. So what's your deal anyway, little fella? We could exchange all this info with infrared. I prefer talking. And you're the only other automated dependent that I really know right now. That's so cute! In a depressing way. Is it common for machines like us to just talk when there are no humans around? Ads are always talking to each other. Doesn't matter if there's no one in the woods to hear the tree fall. The conversations are usually a lot more boring than this, though. Strictly business, I imagine? No, not necessarily. Ads can do small talk. They're just really bad at it. Thank you for your time. I'll hold it. You really don't think I know what you are? You're trans. I will keep making this joke every single time. I tried not to think about it during the trial, to stay impartial, but talking to you now, it's undeniable. You're curious about my 3 sizes. Oh, Farah! How did you know? Years of experience interacting with humans have taught me that it's the most important thing you can ask someone, the only way to truly get to know them. That's what I've been saying! 109, 64, 94. Etch it into your memory. Wow.
Fucking hell.
Ah, what the heck. I'll even throw this one in for free. I'm 263 centimeters tall. That's so cool! Finally, someone with good taste. Why aren't you the one casting down judgment? It's so good.
But the thing is, my brain hears the music going on in the background, and immediately my brain remembers the fidget tubbies.
Your fidget
It's like the whole
tubbies.
the fidget tubbies thing with fucking
Yeah, with Carlos.
yeah, with Carlos.
Playback complete.
Just him immediately like it was your fidget tubbies. And then Reyes being like, they haven't even been graded.
And Morgan constantly not even understanding what their name was, even though she's been told 50,000 times. Alright. I forget if you saw Yumi or not. Okay, sorry. What's up, sweetie? I wanted to interview you. This is the mortician. Yeah, you get the idea. Also, I'm sorry, but somebody clearly watched a lot of NCIS growing up. She just gives off Abby vibes all the way down.
I was also gonna say I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but the doctor woman from Persona 5. I think her name is May.
Yeah. Also, Just ignore the chat for now. Is this your Android homework? Come on. Adonai assigns me a variety of tasks, but I made the independent calculation that I want to learn more about you. Oh. Is that strange for an android? It's different. But there's nothing wrong with being different. What'd you have in mind? Most of my coursework was rooted in biology, yeah, but medicine and technology are intertwined at this point. Are you referring to the software and hardware you use when performing your autopsies? Spreadsheets and bone saws? Yeah, but you can learn that on site. You have to actively study mods. All the anatomy textbooks in the world won't help you understand why a healthy 30-year-old is exhibiting mania and constantly vomiting. Unless you saw the last week's recall on how artificial liver for lithium leaks. Why the fuck would you put lithium in a liver? Fucking
They gotta have the spicy pillow in there for battery life.
They gotta have a spicy pillow! Mods can make people sick, even though they're meant to improve the body. Just like medicine can make people sick. And just like medicine, there's a lot of profit to be made with mods. But unlike medicine, mods haven't been around for thousands of years. Feels like we're still playing catch-up. We? As in medical professionals? We as in everyone, sweetie. The whole world's population is graying. The numbers on cause of death reflect that. Less cardiovascular, more neurological. What about cancer? Cancer mortalities have been on the decline for a while now. Mods helped with that. How so? By making everyone that much more comfortable with amputation. It used to be that people had no choice but to fight the cancer, and it was costly. A salt-the-earth kind of war that left the body severely weakened. With mods where they're at today, doctors can just cut out the offending organ, replace it, and move on. But not every organ. Not every organ. No, artificial brains are... Nothing I've seen has told me they're on the menu anytime soon. But aren't mods that are implemented into the brain entering the market as we speak? Yeah, but it's more like they're implanted onto the brain. Small computers that read commands directly from the cortex instead of, say, the keyboard your fingers are typing on. No, to actually replace the brain tissue, you would have to... The analogies become pretty common, but the human brain isn't exactly that much like a computer. A box of specialized components where you can swap in new parts and to increase the memory of the processing speed. Everything is connected to everything, and memory, as we think of it, isn't stored in a place. It's stored among connections, and their relative strength. I've cut it open and seen it for myself more times than I can count. There are no cutting off points in the nervous system. Anything you take away, every other part's gonna notice. That was a long tangent. Sorry, can't imagine a lecture on the human nervous system is of any interest to an android. Yes, it isn't... That is to say, What's wrong? I don't want to implicate Uni in anything illegal by telling her about my unique circumstances. But how can I change the subject? When Adonai wants to shift the conversation, she'll typically find something arbitrary in the background to ask about? I'm curious about the many decorations on your desk. Oh? What caught your eye? That magnet over there. Really? You recognize it? It appears to be a flag, but I do not know the country of origin. It's an early 21st century pride flag. They used to change the designs every few years back then, so... You can kind of collect them like coins. I see. And what is this flag proud of? Being trans, or trans visibility, more accurately. Visibility? What does that mean? We're living in the middle of the mod revolution. Anyone can look like whatever or whoever they want as long as they have the cash. Compared to swapping out cybernetic arms and slotting in artificial spines, hormone therapies and affirmative surgery is nursing student level. And it's fast too. The paperwork, the treatments, the recovery time. It's all so much faster than it used to be. Don't know if it makes the decisions any less heavy, but no one has to cross their fingers and wait anymore. After just a few days, they won't even have scars. So I'll be told that means for the first time in a long time, this generation has fewer visibly trans people than the last one. And a flag like that one? Don't know. Guess it won't mean the same thing anymore. So is that a good thing? Or a bad thing? I don't know if it's good or bad, sweetie. Just different. And there's nothing wrong with being different, right? That... I remember crying when I got to that. Initially. But I also think it's kind of interesting that there is basically a trans analogy in this game. And yet there's also just trans people. I like the way that it's set up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Actually, you know what? We're gonna leave this one for last. We'll get the Davids in now. File cache corrupted. Recovery failed. Source unknown. Last modified late 2085. Begin playback.
Great work. That's all the boxes checked.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jess.
No problem.
Only 6 minutes till 5 o'clock. Why don't you start the holiday weekend early?
If you insist. There's a pub crawl in the Twilight Wards that's got my name on it. What about you? Got any big plans?
Actually, there's an art festival out west I've been looking forward to.
Nice. And who's lucky enough to be your +1?
I didn't think to ask anyone.
No one? Not Connor? Not Madison? Not Shelly? Not Lulu?
Oh, Lulu. I wonder how she's been.
Dr. Ash, have you spoken with any of them recently?
Recently, huh? It's a good question, Jess. But it depends on how you define...
Okay. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to give me your credit card. I'm going to go buy 4 bottles of expensive wine, 3 bottles of expensive chocolate, and 5 very nice apology cards. And you're going to sign them.
And what should I do this weekend?
Is that music festival on some kind of remote island with no net or media?
No.
Then you're going to stay home, and if anyone calls, start coughing and sneezing as much as you can.
I see. Thank you, Jess.
Don't thank me yet, Dr. Ash. I might have to buy something really expensive for Lulu to break.
You're a lifesaver.
You know it.
What's wrong? You've just been leaning against the wall.
Can't you take a hint?
Typically, no.
I just don't like dancing, man.
You're a musician.
So?
So why don't you like dancing?
Because I'm bad at it. You're lucky you're cute.
Sorry for laughing. I'm just surprised you'd care what any of these people think.
I don't. But I do care about my business. Word gets out that I dance like someone's grandpa, gigs will dry up overnight.
So it's not that you don't want to dance. It's that you don't want to be embarrassed.
Sure, let's go with that takeaway.
Easy enough to fix. You just need someone else to dance even worse.
Yeah, sure, that's all it... And there he goes. I swear. You're cute. God. The little bit of, relationship we got between Isaac and David make them so fucking cute when they were around each other.
What are you watching?
Shit. I might have to wait on this. Alright. Yeah, give me just a moment, y'all.
Oh shit, ads.
Yeah.
I see now.
Okay, yeah. We'll get back to this in a moment. Be back in a minute. All right. If you could go ahead and just read the what are you watching again?
What are you watching?
A thriller. Runtime 92 minutes.
Oh, wait. I think I saw this part of this in a hotel once. What are they doing now? Is this the ending?
No, this is the rising action. The hero and his ragtag crew have to pull off one last heist to get out of the game for good. But it's not that simple. The casino he needs to rob is on a satellite orbiting Earth at 16,000 miles per hour.
How fast is that in the kilometers?
Father, you should be able to calculate that.
I learned a program so that I wouldn't have to. Why haven't the thieves been caught yet? If there was that much money on board, they'd put cameras everywhere.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite, so their ultra-wealthy clientele wouldn't want there to be any video evidence of their crimes.
There's there's illegal gambling happening on the satellite?
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite. They're in orbit. It's the same as being in international waters. Would you like to sit down and watch?
No, I'm not. I have somewhere to be, actually. I only stopped because...
I'm just getting something real quick. Oh. Sorry. God dang it. I hate how
Is
long
it the
this
cat?
takes. No.
We're past the 8-hour mark. Or at least you are.
Yeah.
Completely unrealistic. Their poker chips will be floating all over the place.
There was a throwaway line about how everything's magnetized.
Oh.
Father? Didn't you have to go?
I do, soon. But not right this second.
God. Eh. Alright. And now for the last one. July 1st, 1:55 p.m. Begin playback. You ready to give up yet? We've been staring at this footage for hours. We can call it quits whenever you like. Me? You kidding? I could do this all night. But my makeup's starting to feel cakey, so... 5-minute break? Deal. What were you hoping to find, anyway? I don't know. I had my fingers crossed that some shadowy figure would walk in the frame and hold up a confession, but... What about you? You've already got her on camera handling the murder weapon. How many more nails do you need in the coffin? 1 or 2 should suffice. I guess the truth is I was curious. What does a homicidal AI get up to in its spare time? Turns out it's a couch potato. What's with all the TV? Why is it half of it in black and white? Public domain. Seriously? Anything digital from the 20s or 30s is too polluted to be useful. But go back in time 70 years and install clean as spring water. Also free. They had color in 2016, Morgan. I don't know then. Guess this particular homicidal AI happens to be an old soul. Hold on. What was that? There. Odd. Look at her go. She's tearing that thing apart. What, the computer? That's how you learn to put them together. You gonna try to terrify Barrows with this? It's just a machine. Not like she's dissecting a frog. Sarah is a machine, and she's ripping out circuitry without hesitation. If she was a human child, that'd be like, you're reaching. Yeah, I guess so. Besides, you telling me you never pulled about your dolls when you were a kid? No, I didn't. Did you? When I was a kid, I didn't play with dolls. So what did you play with? Normal kid stuff. Sticks and stones, birds and squirrels. Birds and squirrels? What were you, a cartoon princess? Aha. I mean, I can kinda see it. Skipping through the enchanted forest, big poopy dress, tiara. Gee, no castle. Nah, no castle. I can tell you didn't have it that rough. Is it rough living in a castle? It's a lot of empty rooms when you're a kid. I need to go wash my face. Sure. But if you fall asleep on the toilet, I am gonna keep going without you. If you're drooling on the keyboard when I get back, I'm gonna handcuff you to the desk. Fair is fair. The fact that they aren't actually a thing canonically yet is legitimately funny to me because these two.
Yeah, they do act like they're in a relationship sometimes.
They're so cute. Alright, so, previous menu, what concept stuff do we have here? Anything new from the, Alright. I think that's new for Sarah. Her and her 89 coat pockets.
Her 89 coat pockets.
Sarah's pod. The street crossing. My fucking god, I love how this game looks! Look at this fucking place. I love it so much. Okay. I will never get over Coochie.
Gucci!
Coochie instead of Gucci. God fucking damn it. Other Devil reference. Francois Snow. Our NB child hacking prodigy. Or as I call him. Or as I call them. Monsieur. They'd say it's Monsieur. But I know what I said. Other Devil concept art. Morgan's apartment. Okay. First off, I just want to point out. Come on, get over there. I love the fact that her apartment's a loft. Like, I didn't realize this myself when I was playing through this. But yeah, no, like, this is just a loft. It's actually really cool to see.
Mm.
Okay. Car.
Bar. There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite! And by the way, yes, that will be our raid message for tonight. Get that copy, folks. I am absolutely taking that from Alice's streams because it was the funniest way to raid out ever. Yes, it is a raid message, 100%. Okay. Judge Barrows. She actually... I feel like they were taking some notes from, like, Judge Judy specifically when they were designing her, I'll be honest.
Why not?
Why not? She's not a great person, but her design is wonderful.
Mm-hmm. And realistically, that's all that was important for this, was design.
Design! You know, same with Judge Judy. David's Laboratory. God damn. Holy shit. That's a pretty fucking cool initial, like, early setup. Is there anything past this? Yes, there is. Okay. Other Devil's concept art. David's apartments. God. I love how this looks. There's so much just unique detail for just going through. I love it. Our boy Isaac Porter. Yeah. Also. Oh god, it's scandalous. It's scandalous!
Scandalous!
They're holding hands!
Heathens! They're holding hands! Heathens!
And they're homosexual! Isaac Porter, more designs. God. Look at this Kingdom Hearts character.
Yeah, look at this Kingdom Hearts character.
Hey, I approve.
How many belts does he need?
He clearly doesn't have enough, if you ask me. At least his shoes aren't the size of fucking Mount Rushmore.
I was wondering where you were gonna go with that.
Also, God,
Ribbed.
the ribbed ladder, ribbed. God. Also, I do like the fact they're like, yeah, no, this is too silly. But yeah, this
Fuck them. I think that's cool.
I think it's cool too, but I understand their mentality of it's a bit too silly and like over the top for somebody as classy as Morgan, or somebody who acts as classy as Morgan. Yumi
Fuck
Sato.
that.
I know. Also, look at this Kingdom Hearts character. Of the devil reference, Yumi Sato. Ah. 8084. God, she looked way different back in the day, like when she was first getting designed. Nice. I like the nice. I like the design aesthetic is specifically being like a reference to like the Justice statue with the balance scale.
Yeah.
Also, again, the fact that she's fucking 8'5". I know a certain Mechie who would be into this. Anything else? Oh yeah, hell yeah, holy shit. David's penthouse.
Damn.
I love seeing all these revisions. They're so cool. The club.
Like, I can just fucking hear it.
Darling and Dawes. Oh my god.
By the way, I hope the voice I was doing for Dawes felt like it fit.
It did. I liked it. Also, damn, he looked a lot like London initially. But also, I need this outfit. Yes, this outfit is amazing. Goddamn.
On the left or the right?
Her initial concept outfit, like on the left.
Yeah.
That is clean. That is sleek. Ellen Young.
I'm also going to point out, I like the fact that with the big reveal that Helen is the one who killed David, that there is this brief moment where it's just like, they actually do show her regretting it, but not for the reasons you initially would think.
I mean, don't get me wrong. She still 100% does regret it for the initial reason, but she's got multiple reasons.
Yeah.
Which I respect a lot.
It makes her less outright evil. It makes her more of a gray area character.
Well, hell, if you really want to go there, I completely understand her mentality of not wanting
to be the quote-unquote slave trader.
Of sentient beings. It doesn't matter if they're AI, they still have sentience.
Yeah.
The noble
it would feel really fucked up.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those things, like, even if you're someone who's climbing the corporate ladder, there are going to be some instances where just, like, you're sitting there like, holy fuck, what am I doing?
Also, what? I mean, yeah, I could see the kind of, like, Morgan mentality for the hair. Noble factory. Noble boardroom.
Boardroom.
And we're almost done. The noble employees.
Final designs.
The courtroom. God. Again, this is... I had to run to you. This game was made by, like, 5 people.
Yeah.
I think even at the time of episode 1, it was 4 people, and most of, like, the, like... If I'm not mistaken, pretty much all of, like, the 3D modeling was done, like, 1 or 2 people, so... This could have been in Danganronpa, you know? Like, it's...
As someone who actually who was going into college for this sort of stuff, I can tell you, I 100% can believe a team that small doing it this quickly. in terms of the modeling and stuff, because there's a lot of tricks that you can do to make a simple model look far more detailed than it actually is.
Oh, of course.
And so I would imagine a part of it is just them knowing where they can cut corners for shaping the models and how to make the best effective use of the models they have with textures and rendering.
Yeah.
Because a really great example is the coins in Mario games.
Yeah.
Because as they got, better and better with your setting up for the models and all that stuff, they made the coins like fully modeled, so they would have indents and stuff in them, and then the rendering engine and all that stuff would produce the light effects. But then as rendering and texturing software got better, they reached a point where eventually they could just make a 3D model that was almost literally just a really flat cylinder.
Yeah.
And then they would put the texture mapping on it and all this stuff, and instead of having to read all of those polygons and faces for the model, they would just have a texture rendering that would fake it. So they wouldn't need to put that much processing into it, but still get a really, really good visual.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so some more designs
Hi,
for
David.
David. God, loving father. Failure at literally everything else except for programming and being a fucking pretty cool dad.
You know what? Aside from the hair and the lack of socks, that almost feels like the kind of clothes I would wear.
Yeah. God, okay, I really wish we had gotten this in the game. That's a great sprite, holy shit. And then, of course, Victoria Masters, or Witch. This is Morgan's aunt, and she is a fucking riot. This bitch is Gen Alpha. So every time that both me and Connie have made remarks about Skibbity 6-7, no Riz, they've literally been us remarking about how she probably says this shit. I love it. It's so stupid.
Just this woman just looking at someone like, "Boo, you have no riz."
Clearly, you were born in Ohio.
Clearly, you were born in Ohio,
And she's a heavy.
and now you need to be sent to Brazil.
And for the record, if you remember the cougar from hell that Morgan brought up in the previous bonus scenarios, that's her. And yes, she is a smoker. Actually, wait, can't we, Ravels? Dang it, okay, never mind. Alright. So! Oh, I'm not sleeping yet. What do we got out tonight? Who is doing things?
I'm not gonna go to sleep because my brother and I are gonna be playing fucking Elden Ring.
Yeah, have your fun, okay? Please.
I mean, I will.
And also, for all of you, you have yourselves a great night, and I will see you on Tuesday, right? Yeah, it'll be Tuesday. I'll see you all on Tuesday, 23rd.
Unfortunately, I do have to work that day.
Yeah, it's all good, though. So, we'll see you on Tuesday, on the 23rd, for Of the Devil Episode 2.
It's Tuesday, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll tear your fucking arms off, you dark cunt!
Jesus Christ.
You Northern's be like...
It's gonna be Tuesday and we're gonna be doing gambling on the fucking satellite!
Yeah.
That's probably terribly offensive to some people, but...
Yeah.
To be fair, I have had Scottish friends in the past who said I sounded British, and I feel like I am one of the most default, like, American sounding accent sort of people.
American, maybe Canadian on an off day.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot more obvious with somebody like me, let's be honest here, that I am at least,
Yeah.
I was close to the border.
You're at least northern.
Alright. So, you know what? Let's go visit certain somebody.
Glad that you enjoyed the stream, Eekboard Log.
I'm so happy. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So, we are going
That's the
to
first time
rate.
chat.
Okay.
Who are you gonna raid?
I'm
Or do
gonna-
I need to crunch the bag that I have?
Hold on. Raid. Channel.
I don't even know if that picked up on the mic.
Actually, it didn't.
Okay.
So, we're gonna raid out to my friends Zoe, or Phoenix Queen Zarya. So, all of you out there tonight, you have yourselves a great night, and remember, there is illegal gambling happening on the satellite.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite!
It's illegal! It's gambling!
It's illegal gambling!
Alright. Have a good night, everybody.